The committee will come to order. The pending question is the amendment offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman,
For what purpose does the...
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, you can fix some things, and some things will be better. But let me just go through a couple of quick questions of what won't be fixed while still having a committee to decide things, whether it's public or private, as it currently is. They will be asked, for example, with Amazon, what did you buy? How much did you pay? How much were you willing to pay? And all the things that were sold to you. And that will be interoperable under this bill with Alibaba. And the committee that will decide it, whether public or private, will be a sub-entity created by the Federal Trade Commission that will decide what Alibaba gets to know about what you bought from Amazon, potentially allowing for better competition, Alibaba to, in fact, interoperably bid on the same product or a similar product, probably made in China, that, in fact, they will offer you at a lower price in competition with Amazon because they're interoperable. They're simultaneously able to see the data. That's interoperability, Mr. Chairman, and that's what the secret or not secret committee will decide. In Facebook, of course, where you are, what you're doing, and what you've posted, in fact, could go not just to a competitor to Facebook, but to hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of other apps that will be developed that will want to scrape that data. Scraping data sounds pretty coarse, but interoperability and scraping data are the same thing, Mr. Chairman. So under this bill, hundreds or thousands of companies will be able to scrape data from Facebook and will have that available. And the only thing stopping it will be some subcommittee of the Federal Trade Commission, whether it's public or secret, that in fact will decide that. Now then we go to Apple. Now, you know, I remember having Microsoft compatible Intel clones. And as a result, there was a clone to the Intel IBM AT. But the reality is an Apple clone is essentially guaranteed in this bill. Somebody can make something. Since all the apps have to be interoperable, since Apple has to open up its system to be interoperable, that means that, in fact, there can be a competing app store selling products that Apple has nothing to do with, but they all work with Apple. But they also work with an Apple clone that could easily be developed. And, of course, we go to Google. Now, Google has to make all of its platforms interoperable because it's clearly covered. That means that all the work on geolocation, Google Maps and all of that is available to hundreds or thousands of would-be competitors. Now, we like competition, but at what point is this bill in its mandate, not for privacy and portability, but with the term interoperability, going to clearly make it possible for companies to come in and compete using one direction, the data of Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Google? It might seem fair to some on the dais that since these companies are worth $1 trillion+, some of them $2+ trillion, that it's okay to take their data but not be interoperable back. But the current legislation not only mandates that they make their data available to any and all competitors, quote, interoperable, but that in fact they do so based currently on a secret committee. And I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado. In fairness, I think he's making a good faith effort to try to get rid of the secret nature of this committee. But we still have the question, and I would try to, I don't want to say shame, but ask all of you. If I've got a form here, and I'm going to ask that it be placed at all of your desks, it simply says, defining intellectual property, what would you consider to be your property on the following platforms? And it says Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Google, and I threw in Twitter, because I will bet you that when you get done filling out what you think is yours and you pass it to the person to your left or right, it will not match. If it will not match with your feelings, then we as a body have an obligation to go a lot further before we hand it off to a bureaucracy that hands it off to a secret committee. And if it's not a secret committee, because if the gentleman has fixed it with this amendment, he will in fact still be handing it to a committee, including competitors, that is created to allow data to go one direction and not another under this bill. And with that, I think the gentleman yield back.
Okay,
Mr.
gentleman
Chair.
yields back.
Mr. Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
move to strike the last word. Oh, I'm sorry.
Gentleman is recognized.
Sorry. I've already been recognized.
Oh,
I'll ask to be recognized and yield to the gentleman
Thank you.
to strike the last word.
the gentlelady from California is recognized. Strike the last word.
I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. It's important to note that this legislation, in its very text, requires the secure transfer of data, and I know that Ms. Lofgren is going to offer some amendments. I think that will strengthen that. But the Access Act already includes robust safeguards to protect user privacy and data security. First, the bill directs the FTC to establish baseline privacy rules that make certain that user data sent through interoperability interfaces is protected. This creates clear privacy guardrails for interoperability. The Access Act also directs the FTC to establish technical committees to develop interoperability standards for individual covered platforms. The FTC is expressly directed to protect data security and privacy in the development of these technical standards. The Access Act empowers a covered platform to make changes necessary to address security vulnerabilities without running afoul of the Act's interoperability requirements, or without having to get prior approval from the FTC. Additionally, the bill includes data minimization requirements that ensure companies that are interoperating are not unnecessarily sharing or using data. Companies that receive shared data from the covered platforms under the Act and fail to take steps to protect user privacy or protect the security of the covered platform will be in violation of the Act, subject to penalties, and the FTC may require the covered platform to cut off interoperability with that business user. The Electronic Frontier Foundation wrote to the committee yesterday urging us to approve the Access Act and the other bills. EFF explained that privacy and security protections are already addressed by the Access Act, and as they noted, and I quote, "Under no circumstance does the Access Act prevent a big tech platform from taking steps that are genuinely necessary to secure their product or service," end quote. In response to criticism from the largest platforms about the Access Act, EFF explained, and I quote, "It would be categorically false to assert that user privacy would worsen under the legislation given the requirements to safeguard privacy and the remedies included for lack of compliance," end quote. Public Knowledge also wrote to the committee in support of these bills and explained that the privacy safeguards are built into the Access Act so that data is shared only at the behest of the user and unscrupulous competitors are cut off. And so I thank the gentlelady for yielding and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would just note, since we're on the Buck Amendment, that I will have an amendment that I think tightens up the provisions that the chairman says he favors, and hopefully we'll all be able to be in agreement on that. But that is for the next amendment, and I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I had an amendment prepared actually and brought in with this morning to indeed strike out the language that exempted these so-called secret committees from the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Here it is. And I replaced it with the applicability of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. I find that under Mr. Buck's amendment, and I was going to ask him to explain if we needed my amendment to supplement his. I was told, however, by staff that we don't, that should the Buck amendment be adopted, then the FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, applies. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Liu seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler.
I want to thank again Antitrust Subcommittee Chairman David Cicilline, the members who authored this package of antitrust bills, and staff for their hard work. They put in approximately 2 years of effort on very complicated issues. At the same time, this highlights that for everybody else on the Judiciary Committee, we have not had a single hearing on this package of bills. Many members of this committee are now grappling for the first time with the complex field of antitrust law as applied to the complicated area of computer technology. The proposed legislation has enormous consequences, and Judiciary Committee members who are not on the subcommittee have not heard from a single expert witness, software engineer, or third-party seller to understand how this recently introduced bill text would actually operate in real life. I reiterate again my request that the Judiciary Committee still schedule at least one hearing on these bills so we can better understand how the legislation would impact consumers and our economy. I support the intent of these bills. However, I have a number of concerns with the way the bill language is drafted. I'm voting to advance all of these antitrust bills out of a committee to allow the legislative process to continue. But depending on whether these concerns are fixed, I may or may not vote for these bills on the House floor. And as Representative Massey, Swalwell, and Issa have pointed out with respect to this particular bill and some of the other bills, why are we only applying it to a very small handful of companies that I can count on one hand? Representative Issa analogized this to a bill of attainder. We are writing what looks like special legislation directed at very specific companies. Why is Microsoft not included? Why, for example, is Walmart.com not included? Walmart has more retail sales than Amazon. It's got a market cap over $380 billion. Why are we excluding Walmart.com from this legislation? And when we're talking about interoperability, we don't just want 4 companies to have interoperability. We want the thousands of companies that are in the technology field dealing with software and hardware to have interoperability. So I agree with what some of the other members have raised. We should not just be applying this to only a very small number of companies. If we believe that either a practice is anti-competitive and it should be banned, then no company should be able to engage in it. If we think interoperability is good, then let's make every company engage in it. We should not be doing special legislation, and I hope that this can be resolved prior to the floor. And for the other bills, I also have specific concerns as they come up. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Buck's amendments really don't do anything to alleviate a number of concerns that I have over this bill. Let me mention 3 of them. As I understand it, this imposes a technical standard for the transfer of data based presumably on today's technology. But if that standard is to be imposed by the federal bureaucracy, it's going to stifle innovation on new ways to share and communicate and manage data. I mean, think of telecommunications technology 50 years ago and ask if consumers would be better off or worse off today if we'd imposed standards for interoperability on a technology based on phone books and punch cards. Any innovations even contemplated by a company would first have to be approved by the government for permission to proceed. Government is not renowned for technological innovation. By requiring a government sign-off on any innovations to improve data communication and management, I think effectively answers that there's just not going to be much. The second concern that I have, Mr. Massey raised, these big tech companies comprising a committee to write standards for the handling of this data. You know, Milton Friedman warned that regulatory agencies are formed ostensibly to protect the consumer, as in this case, but they're always ultimately captured and controlled by the very interests that they're supposed to be policing. That's because those interests have the most to gain and the most to lose, and they always use those powers to protect themselves from competitors at the expense of consumers. Adam Smith made that point when he said people of the same trade seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion. but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public or in some contrivance to raise prices, and I'm afraid you're setting in motion exactly that sad experience that we failed to learn from. One other concern. We've recently witnessed the enthusiastic leaking of strictly private, strictly confidential tax data by the IRS. Imagine the potential for abuse made possible by the mandated government interface that companies will be required to trust with all of the data in their possession. Data, in many ways, is the foundation of all human experience. Centralizing its management under the authority of government, I think, is an extraordinary expression of trust and faith that we are and will forever be governed by angels. And I don't think we are, and I don't think we will be. I think it's far better that that data be held and managed and used according to the voluntary agreements made between many providers and their customers, those voluntary agreements protected by a consumer's right to say yes or no to the terms of those agreements. I think that's a far safer repository of the information that defines our lives and our society. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to revisit for a moment a point about the definition of covered platform raised by Mr. Massey on the revelation about the Microsoft document and the possibility that Microsoft may, perhaps, or speculation maybe, that Microsoft had some input into its draftsmanship, and then Mr. Cicilline's response to that. And Mr. Cicilline offered two arguments about the definition of covered platform, and I submit that they conflict with each other, and they get at something that's been bothering me about this definition of covered platform that is repeated in all of the substantive bills. On the one hand, the gentleman from Rhode Island said that, first of all, no one's been cut out because there are criteria that decide who is a covered platform. And those criteria appear on page 9 and 10 of the bill. 50 million monthly active users or 100,000 users of business-based users, business users, a $600 billion market cap or revenues, and then if it's a critical trading partner, which is a whole separate problem. Those are the criteria, except the section doesn't end there. It says you can be a covered platform either by meeting those criteria or by being designated by the FTC. And if you go over to the designation program, the FTC is to designate based on whether or not they meet those criteria. It's circular. And it begs the question, why? So Mr. Cicilline says, well, there are criteria, and everybody's saying, well, there are 4 companies. If it's that clear that 4 companies are identified, why do we need the FTC to designate someone? And so on the one hand, Mr. Cicilline said, the criteria establish who is there, no one's cut out. Well, I submit that you could draft the criteria to cut somebody out first. And then the second point is the fact that you can have this disjunctive way. You can have the FTC designate someone. What is the purpose of that if the criteria are clear and pick understandable companies? Particularly if, as Mr. Liu just said, we're talking about a number of companies you can count on one hand. It just doesn't make sense. And it's another indication that, to me, goes back to my trouble about all the substantive bills. What if we had a hearing on these and had that kind of development, and then someone could either explain why it has to be that way or change it. But
Mr. Bishop, if you'll yield, I'm happy to answer your question.
I'd be glad to yield.
Great, thank you. So 2 things I would say. First of all, the FTC is the authority that can make a designation. However, state AGs also have antitrust authority, and so if someone meets the definition of a covered platform, so for example, Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, wanted to sue Google and determine that they were a covered platform under that definition, the state AG doesn't have the authority to designate them. So he had to provide a definition, which is the definition that's provided with those 3 components. This definition was used because it came out of the investigation and the evidence that was uncovered during that 16 months that these were markets that were particularly concentrated, and we determined that this was the appropriate way to be sure that we were capturing the conduct that resulted in the findings that there was significant market power, that they were gatekeepers to commerce, that they were crushing innovation, disadvantaging consumers and small businesses. So it grew out of the factual record that was generated in that 500-page report. It wasn't sort of just pulled out of the air. That was the scope of the investigation, and this recommendation or language is consistent with our findings in the investigation.
I thank you, gentlemen, and reclaiming my time, I submit that makes it even clearer that the idea of the FTC designating is superfluous. The FTC could proceed with an action in the very same way you just posited a state attorney general could proceed with an action. If a company meets the definition, meets the criteria, the only reason I can think of to have the FTC designate is so that the FTC, rather than an Article III judge or jury, becomes the determiner of fact, and the fact-based decision whether they're covered they're bound on appeal, on the administrative appeal. And to me, that reinforces the notion that you're delivering power to the administrative agency far beyond what there's a need for. You only need to do that when you can't define something in the legislation. And if these criteria are sufficiently clear and they derive from the investigation, which gone on for years, then we ought to be able to stop at that. I yield back my time having.
I think Massey wants to go next.
Who else seeks recognition? What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word on this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, portability and interoperability, if you're a user of software, that sounds like a great thing, but we need to understand how technologically difficult interoperability is and also how dangerous it is. If you look at the biggest hacks that have occurred, they rely on aspects of interoperability. What is the piece of code that all of these pieces of software have in common that we can exploit? Because the more interoperability there is, the more vulnerability there is. And so imposing interoperability, I think, is a dangerous thing. Portability sounds good. It's going to be hard to achieve. Maybe you're talking about exportability, because to require a company to comply with the standards of another company, you may be violating their intellectual property. But to export the data, that might be an okay thing. But understand this, natural monopolies. Companies love to have their standard as the standard that everybody has to comply with in order to compete with them. This is what they do. They want interoperability. They use interoperability to maintain their market dominance. If you can have the standard for how the videos are stored, or if you can have the standard for how documents are shared, then you can dominate a market. And so what we're doing is say, let's get the government in there and impose this aspect of market dominance. Let's help these companies establish these standards that they use to keep their monopolies. What am I talking about? For instance, let me give you an example. If you want to do business with the federal government, and you've invented a new operating system or a new computer, and it's better than anything that ever existed, guess what the government is going to tell you today? Oh, you're going to have to interoperate with the Intel management engine, and you're going to have to interoperate with the Microsoft operating system if you want to do business with the government. Who got in the purchasing agreements? Those companies that have the monopolies. They love to enforce interoperability because the smaller company cannot dedicate millions of dollars to develop swaths of code that have already been developed by Microsoft or Intel. They can't create a foundry. So what do they have to do to interoperate? They're going to have to license. They're going to have to buy a license from the monopoly to compete with the monopoly if interoperability is a requirement. That's the way it works today. If you want to do business with the government and you got a better computer or better operating system, well, go talk to Intel and go talk to Microsoft, because they've got market dominance, and if you want to sell to the government, you got to interoperate.
But so Mr. Massey, will you yield?
I will yield.
Yeah, so I think—
If you'll, and then I've got a question for you.
Yeah,
too.
so this interoperability and portability only applies to covered platforms. So the little guy that you just described would have the ability to opt in, but would not be required to provide interoperability and data portability. So it's exactly the little guy that would not be obligated to do that. Only those firms that meet the covered platform definition because of their market dominance, because of the size of the market that they control, the number of users, their market caps, that they would be required to.
But what if, reclaiming that time, what if the little guy wants to be a big guy?
You
what if
may opt in.
Parler
You're not
wants-
required to, is my point, under legislation.
So you don't have to interoperate? We're not going to require that
Correct.
of these companies?
It's not required other than for the covered platforms.
Well, that's a problem. What if you want to grow up?
Then you're allowed to. You may
No,
volunteer
but there's
to
this
opt
standard.
in. You're not
to
required to.
interoperate with, I mean, I've developed software, CAD software. And boy, that was the holy grail, to interoperate with the big guys. It was just not achievable without buying a license.
And you would be
from them.
permitted to do that. Nothing in this legislation would prevent you from doing that. It's a
if you
requirement
want-
for the covered platforms.
Right.
Non-covered platforms may opt
Reclaiming
in.
my time, I've got a question for you. Was your bill or any of the bills that we're debating today changed to exclude Microsoft, the standard?
Absolutely not.
Did Microsoft get an early copy of the bill?
Absolutely not. We share drafts of bills throughout the investigation with people who participate in the investigation to get their feedback. That happened all throughout the investigation and the drafting. So they were all of the people who participated in the investigation.
Yeah,
That
I
included
wasn't here,
advocates,
reclaiming my time.
think
I wasn't
tanks, and
reclaiming my
companies.
time. I wasn't here for the investigation. I thought we were debating a bill, not an investigation. And it just feels a little swampy to me that we find this document that says Microsoft Confidential, and it's a copy of the bill, and they probably had a copy of the bill before I did. And then I'm talking about your bill, not the particular bill we have here. And then it got changed so that it miraculously doesn't apply to Microsoft anymore. That just feels a little bit swampy to me. My time has expired, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot has been said today, and we have a lot longer to go, but on the general idea that this is a rush to the full committee, I just want to point out it's not just members here in the room and not just conservatives that are concerned about this. I wanted to seek consent to enter into the record a letter from some of our colleagues on the chairman's side of the aisle, the New Democrat Coalition. This is a letter dated June 18th, signed by a number of members on the Democrat side in the House, and they address it to Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer, yourself, and Subcommittee Chair Cicilline, and they note, I'm just going to read from the letter, quote, "The scope and impact of these bills," meaning all of them, the 5 antitrust bills, "could have a tremendous impact on the products and services many American consumers currently enjoy and the competitiveness of our innovation economy. Notably, stakeholders and policy experts are raising concerns these proposals may weaken personal privacy protections, cybersecurity, and increase the spread of dangerous conspiracy theories and misinformation. On behalf of the New Democrat Coalition, instead of proceeding directly to markup, we respectfully request you hold full legislative hearings on these specific bills to better understand their impacts and the intended and unintended consequences of the legislation." And the letter goes on to say that these are just complex and far-reaching issues, that there seems to be a rush to judgment, as you've heard from Mr. Liu, Mr. Bishop, and many others here today. And there's a lot of us that have that pause and that concern. I just want to note it's signed by the following members of Congress: Suzanne Delbene, Scott Peters, Sharice Davids, Ann McLean Custer, Christy Houlihan, Kathy Manning, Brad Schneider, Stacy Plaskett. So I'd like to see consent to enter this into the record, and just want to make the
Not
note.
objection.
Thank you, and make the note here that there's a lot of good faith, I think. I mean, I will acknowledge on both sides. I think there is broad bipartisan agreement with the top lines and what we need to accomplish here, what we're trying to accomplish. But as we know, with all legislation, the devil's in the details, and many of us are having grave concern about some of the details. So with that, I yield.
Will the gentleman yield
I
for a
yield.
question?
I yield.
You know, I'm a bit curious because at the beginning of the hearing, I heard the ranking member suggest that one of the reasons to oppose the legislation was because someone who had worked for Chairman Nadler supported it. And now I'm hearing from my friend from Louisiana that we should oppose the legislation because there are some Democrats who also oppose it. Does the gentleman from Louisiana have a guess as to whether or not the individuals who signed the New Democrat Coalition letter might be extensively financially supported by the political action committees that are funded by the employees of the 4 major platforms?
I reclaim my time. I don't have any information about these individuals, but I'll say that we don't impugn the motives of any of our colleagues. And I do believe that most of the people on this committee and elsewhere in Congress have similar concerns that we're in a brave new world. We need to address what big tech is doing and how it's done. But to come into committee with these 5 hugely important, encompassing bills is difficult. Happy to yield. I yield to the
Maybe something other than bravery.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to go back to the point Mr. Bishop raised in conjunction with what Mr. Massey raised. Mr. Massey raised the idea that Microsoft got a copy of the bill, Cicilline bill, before any of us did. And Mr. Bishop was talking about how this definition of covered platform was determined. The response I thought I heard from the gentleman from Rhode Island was a 16-month investigation. I think this is a direct quote. The 16-month investigation determined the definition we use for covered platform, which sort of begs the obvious question. Well, then why did it change in the last week and a half? If it was a 16-month investigation talking with all these big tech companies that determined the definition of what a covered platform is, why did a week and a half ago it say 500,000 users a month and then it went to 50 million users a month? Why'd that change? That's the fundamental question. Something happened in the week and a half, not in the 16 months. Something happened in a week and a half because the definition we were under a week and a half ago when the Democrats first talked about these bills was 500,000 users per month, and that changed to 50 million. Something changed. And we do know under that change, Microsoft would have been covered under the 500,000 definition, not covered under the 50 million. I don't know. That's the question.
reclaim my time. It's not a rhetorical question. I think we need an answer. I'm wondering if Chairman Cicilline of the subcommittee or anyone else might have an answer.
Want to talk yet?
I'm happy to yield to Mr. Cicilline if he's got it.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I was on the subcommittee with Mr. Cicilline, and when the investigation began, the 4 companies that we invited to participate, the 4 CEOs that we examined were Mr. Pichai, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Cook. So it's certainly not surprising to me that those are the 4 companies that we arrive at with legislation, because that's where the investigation originated.
I'm out of time. Yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I heard, I think it was just before the break from the gentleman from Rhode Island, and I know he's brought this before us in good faith, as others have, but what I heard was that there was not, we can count on the FTC that there's not going to be a release of information, that we're not going to see unauthorized releases of information, that there'll be some privacy that will be respected and things like that. And I just think about the point that Mr. McClintock made in regards to the IRS, and it really concerns me just in the all of the bills that we're seeing today. What we heard earlier today was that the IRS needs more money, the FTC needs more money, and that the FTC is not going to release information that they shouldn't when we've got a record of the IRS that they're doing that. And they've been doing it for a long time. And in fact, this goes back, we saw it very personally in Wisconsin a decade ago by Lois Lerner, when Lois Lerner conspired with an election official, the top election official in Wisconsin, and it ended up where they raided people's homes. They raided people's homes in the early morning hours in something that ultimately was struck down by the courts, but this enormous power is being sent to our federal government. I want to piggyback also on the comments that Mr. Liu made, because I think he really hit the nail on the head. So I'm hearing today that there's this 2.5-year process, and this is a classic argument I've seen so many times in legislative proceedings is we've worked so hard at this. Well, you got to make sure that these bills are ready for prime time. And I think what we're seeing right now is that there are some real concerns. And Mr. Liu brought that up today that, boy, I don't know if I can vote on this because I just don't have enough information. And I think there's quite a few people that are sitting both on this committee and in this legislative body that they're not prepared to be able to vote on this. So I would just close by saying this. Big tech is a big problem. They are a big problem for this country. They're not, from what I've been seeing, they are not loyal to the United States of America at times, the country that has had the laws in place, the framework in place to be able to establish what they did, to be as successful as they have. And you really wonder sometimes why they, I think, actively diss the United States of America, which the framework of our government is the reason why they were so successful. And the censorship that they've exercised is just unconscionable in a country like this that believes in freedom of speech. I mean, they are virtually at times the book burners of decades ago. And so that's really of great concern. Big tech is a big problem, but you know what a bigger problem is? There's one other thing that's a bigger problem, and that is big government. And that is when government does not stay in its lane to make sure that it's serving the people, in this instance, of the United States of America. And what we saw with the IRS, and we just saw recently, as Mr. McClintock alluded to, they took the liberty of violating people's privacy. And I think we have to be deeply concerned about that as we go through all of these bills. And I know most people here, if not all, that they are concerned about that. But I would just go back to Mr. Liu's point. I don't know if this stuff is ready with all the questions that are being that are arising.
Gentlemen, yield.
I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I just want to ask the question for a fourth time. Mr. Massey's asked it twice. I've asked it once. I want to ask it again. Why did the definition change? I mean, we've heard now since 10 o'clock this morning that this was the greatest investigation in history, the most bipartisan investigation. Everyone was on board. The 16-month investigation determined the definition of what a covered platform is, and then the last week and a half, the definition changed. And no one will answer the question why. Why did it change? Now, we have one piece of evidence that Mr. Massey put in front of the committee, which is a confidential copy of the Cicilline bill given to Microsoft. Why did the definition change? I mean, we've heard it from everyone. Everyone worked together. We all were in this. This was we knew 16 months, that determined the definition. But then it changed. Someone answer that question. No one will answer. I think the American people, when we're getting now to see big tech marry up with big government, the American people deserve an answer to that simple question. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself, and I'll yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to answer this again for my colleagues. I think what they might be referring to is an early draft of the bill, which had a bracketed figure around it. This bill was introduced in the Senate with a $100 million cap, and I think that was a month ago. And I think the final bills that were introduced in all of these bills that are before us today have the same covered platform definition, which went lower to 50 million. So it's different than the Senate version. I think maybe what you're holding, although I've not seen it, was an earlier version which had bracketed numbers while these determinations were being made. But all the bills that were introduced settled on the same definition. It's a lower threshold than the Senate introduced in the Access Act of 100 million, it's 50 million.
We're not.
And again, I think it was the sense of the sponsors of the bill that this reflected the record that was developed in the investigation, as Mr. Gates said, of four companies.
Yield for a quick question. The document, and I'm sorry you don't have a copy, we'll run it over to you right now. It says HR, it doesn't say Senate, it says HR.
No, that's what I said. It's probably an early draft of the House version.
But it's not the Access Act, it's your bill. It's the non-discrimination, it's the bill you're sponsoring. That's the one we're bringing up.
We use the same covered platform definition in all five bills.
No, I know that. But we're talking about the Cicilline bill, not the Access bill. That's what we have that says confidential Microsoft. So this idea that it was introduced by the Senate, we're talking about your bill.
It's my time. Okay. Let me just say that I want to, in general, I want to thank Ranking Member Buck for offering this amendment. The amendment eliminates the bill's exemption from the Federal Advisory Committee Act for the FTC technical committees established under the Act. the Federal Advisory Committee Act is arguably inapplicable to the technical committees since they are private public advisory commissions. There will be opportunity for public oversight and input in the standard-setting process. Regardless of this amendment, any standards issued by the FTC under this act, will be subject to notice and comment requirements. These requirements will increase transparency. They reflect best practices for these types of private-public technical committees, and therefore I support the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Gates. For what purposes, Mr. Gates?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I support the Buck Amendment. I think that the improvements we can make to these bills to enhance transparency will build confidence in the ultimate legislative outcome. I wanted to address a couple of points my friends have made on the right side of the aisle. When one of my colleagues says that government just needs to stay in its lane, it really, I think, sharpens the digital interface and the consumer interaction with it, the importance of it, and the inability to be able to rein in these platforms in any other way. And I'm glad that we've taken a measured approach in this package to not only give the FTC additional tools, but also to allow state attorneys general to do that so that people can have multiple lanes with which to approach the abuses of big tech. And when my friend from California says that people can choose to enter into these relationships or not based on the terms of service, I just have to wonder whether any of our fellow Americans have ever found a moment where they've said, thank goodness for the Twitter terms of service or the Google or YouTube or Facebook terms of service. That typically is there to protect the company, and they are contracts of adhesion. They are explicitly contracts of adhesion, and I think that that recognition would be helpful. Hearing all the concern about the Microsoft exclusion raises a question in my mind. If the legislation were to reflect the original thresholds, would my colleagues from Kentucky and Ohio be more amenable to the legislation? I understand it's a fair question to ask why someone's perspective on a bill changed, but it seems like a straw man if that's not something substantively relevant to your ultimate determination on whether to support the bill. So I would ask my friend from Ohio, if the draft, which Mr. Massey has uncovered for us, were an amendment, would he vote for it? No?
Would the gentleman yield just a few seconds?
Yeah, certainly. I would yield to Mr. Massey.
To me, it's more of a red flag. Who wrote these bills?
Yeah.
Like, if Microsoft got a crack at rewriting it, did the other four companies get a crack at rewriting? And to Ken Buck's amendment, which would improve the bill, will they get another crack at writing the details in this committee?
Well, I wonder that myself,
good point,
Mr.
good
I'm
point.
going to reclaim my time. I wonder that myself. And one piece of evidence that's very persuasive to me is that these four companies that are covered are doing everything possible to oppose these bills. That's what the New York Times has reported. That's what even today Politico is reporting, that they are lobbying up, that they are spending money, that they are squeezing and threatening members of Congress. They are threatening to withhold political action committee dollars. And we all know that big tech is one of the major industries that fund political campaigns and that motivate members of Congress to do things for those reasons. I want to explicitly say I don't think that's the case for anyone on this committee. I think all of the debate we've heard has been thoughtful and based on people's view of how the legislation would impact our fellow Americans. But I can't help but notice that the big tech companies seem to think that they have the ability to motivate people with their lobbyists and with their donations, and that's where they're trying to kill the bills. And I don't think they would be doing that if Google and Facebook thought that they could go to these committees in the FTC and wrap the apparatus of big government around their businesses, they would be for it. But they're not, because they know it will limit their power. I'll yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I think and Mr. Massey said it's a red flag. It's what we call bias evidence, right? I mean, in other words, what is the source of the legislation, and to the extent it's been authored by or passed by or improved or edited by the targets of the regulation, it begs the question whether there are things lurking there that we haven't recognized, especially when we get
Right, Mr. Bishop, but reclaiming my time, all of that comes to the point of whether they're for it or against it, right? At the end of the day, these companies have a binary decision for them. Do they believe this is going to be helpful to them, or are they going to believe it's harmful? And of course, Mr. Cicilline has socialized the legislation to stakeholders. One would expect in almost any bill that would happen. We all do that with the bills that we sponsor. I would be willing to accept the lower threshold because I think Mr. Massey makes a point that perhaps Microsoft should be included. I yield to the chairman.
I simply want to say I find myself in rare agreement with the gentleman.
Let's not make it too common, Mr. Chairman.
And that was all I wanted to say, actually.
No, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Okay, does any,
Mr. Chairman.
who else seeks recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Roy.
Mr. Roy?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
So, at the current moment, and I think we're debating the Buck amendment that changes the provision, right, with respect to the committees, or the secret committees and so forth. So, on that point, I certainly think that amendment is an improvement. I think a good faith effort to improve it. I am currently not inclined to support the underlying bill, but I'm going to look at all the amendments here as it unfolds in this debate. I think that the gentleman from North Carolina has said it. I think the ranking member has said it. Others about the need for legislative hearings and further debate on this important matter. The only thing that I think, though, that I worry is getting kind of lost here or jumbled here a little bit is I just want to know what our actual goal here and our approach on what we want to do about the size and scope of these companies and their influence on competitive behavior. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. We've got legislation in front of us. We're debating it, and right now I can't support the bill because it goes too far with respect to interoperability, some of the issues that have been raised, what I think that might do with respect to some of the stuff that my friend from Kentucky raised in terms of pressures on small companies and so forth. But at the end of the day, the Microsoft provision, I mean, like we all, like I haven't seen a bill in this town that the lobbyists down on K Street didn't have before me ever. I literally never have seen that. I've never seen that in any appropriations context, anything. I'm always getting information from K Street, not from inside this building. That's how this place works, America. And so I usually vote no on almost everything because I think most of the things that happen here are making things worse. And so I'm starting from that premise here. It takes me a lot to move off of no. So I'm on no. People that go down to the floor, I wear that little red button out because I start on no. But I do think in this context, we're having a debate. The American people are watching. Some. Lord help you, it's beautiful out. Don't watch this. But we're watching this, and what are we going to do? Are we going to do anything? I think the gentleman from Kentucky raised an important point. The gentleman from Florida asked the question, would you support this bill if it dealt with Microsoft? I think the answer is probably no. I think because a lot of the sensibilities that I have about not really wanting to empower government to interfere and jump in and start mandating what companies can and can't do and who they can acquire and who they can't acquire. But I'm troubled, and we should all be troubled. I think we're all troubled by the size and scope of these companies. They're massive. So I think if you take this legislation as a starting place or not, I'm troubled by the fact that it just focuses on the 4 companies. That's something I've shared with the ranking member, that it's just zeroes in on a definition that kind of outlines those 4 companies. Although I've heard that Microsoft might actually, get swept into the definition depending, but I don't know. I mean, we'll look at it. But my point is we zero in, you're picking winners and losers. If we define a class and we say it's these 4 versus some other company or not. And I don't like being in that business. But I think we ought to be having a further debate, whether it's in the context of a markup, where we're effectively having a debate that's more or less like a legislative hearing. But it'd be great if we had witnesses and we're having a legislative hearing about where we actually go with respect to what Congress does with respect to antitrust law in inserting itself into the market. And that's where I would hope that we would go in having a conversation about this. And as we offer more amendments and we continue to debate this particular measure, I hope we will go down the road of figuring that out and figuring out what's going to be in the best interest of providing a competitive landscape
and knowing how much power should actually be invested in any federal agency when it inserts its fingers or Congress inserts its fingers into what private enterprise can or can't do. With that, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Correa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I also want to join my colleagues in thanking Mr. Cicilline and the other members of the committee for a tremendous job in addressing this very important issue of antitrust, high-tech, mega firms, so to speak. And, as I think and as I listen to the debate here, I'm struck by the fact that this is a big job. You've spent almost 2 years working on this issue, yet I think as I listen to some possible unintentional drafting errors of one firm being benefited over another, that's not our job. I have in front of me this article, California Tech Commerce Jobs and Tax Revenues by Michael Mandel, and I would ask that it be submitted for the record without objection.
Without objection.
And this article really sums it up. The ecosystem dominance, good or bad for our country, invested a stunning $65 billion in the United States alone in the year 2020, playing a crucial role, thriving ecosystem benefiting workers. From 2015 to 2020, e-commerce generated 1.7 million net new jobs, 1.7 net new jobs million in the U.S., and added over almost $300 billion in labor income. I think antitrust is an important goal. It's a tradition of this country, yet at the same time, as we look at these areas, these industries that compete not only in the United States, but compete internationally, we want to make sure that we don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. We don't want to make sure that we do not kill future job creation, future wealth creation for our nation. So I would ask that we slow down, and as my colleague from California, Mr. Liu said, we need to look at this issue, address it with a much, much finer introspection. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Oh. For what purpose does Ms. Ross seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, and hopefully this will be a nice lead-in to some amendments. So we've been talking a lot about the bill, and we've been talking about minor amendments, but I think we're going to see some bigger amendments. And I want to first thank our colleague, Ms. Scanlon, for bringing this bill forward along with her Republican co-sponsor, and say that I do believe that consumers should have the right to have their personal data, to know when it's collected, how it's used, who it's shared with, and the right to data portability. This bill is a step in the right direction toward giving consumers that control, but as we've heard, it does raise some concerns. And there's currently no comprehensive federal data privacy law. There's a patchwork of state laws, but they hardly offer consumers the robust protections that they deserve. And in the absence of comprehensive data privacy protections, we need to make sure that this bill does not inadvertently make it easier for bad actors to get a hold of personal information. We also need to make sure that intellectual property remains protected. It's that intellectual property that we want to keep in this country and not in other countries. I'm glad that we're about to hear some amendments that will help to address some of these concerns. I think these amendments will strengthen the bill and make it easier for more of us to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. It's the amendment amending page 10 and page 12.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California. Page 10, line 14, strike $600 billion.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion here on the Buck Amendment about, actually my amendment, which would be to address the issue of covered platforms. What this amendment would do would alter the definitions. As drafted, the bill requires minimum revenues or market capitalization of $600 billion in order to qualify as a covered platform, among other requirements. This amendment would lower that threshold amount to $250 billion. In addition, the bill strikes an addition that the manager's amendment made to the definition of online platforms. In the bill as introduced, operating systems were included among the services that qualified as online platforms. The manager's amendment limited this to only, quote, mobile online platforms. That had the effect of, for the most part, exempting Microsoft from coverage of the bill. This amendment would restore the original term, including operating systems without restriction. Here's why I believe this amendment deserves support. The market capitalization as drafted is really an arbitrary amount. It's plainly designed, as members have said, to target just a few of the largest platform companies. This amendment was designed based on the approximate market capitalization of the 25 largest U.S. companies. With this change, covered platforms may also be applied to other companies with enormous potential market power in online markets. And I'd ask unanimous consent to put two articles in the record from TechDirt, one June 11th and one June 17th. TechDirt is one of the most incisive
Without objection.
analysts of the tech scene, but here's what they said. If you're looking at the valuation, it looks like the law only applies to the covered platforms. That's it. It seems notable that companies which are also kind of powerful and dominant, but happen to fall just somewhat beneath the threshold, including Visa, MasterCard, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Walmart, Disney, Comcast, AT&T, and Verizon, would not be included. Now, to be clear, covered platforms would not automatically include all companies above the $250 billion threshold. For example, they would still have to be offering an online platform and meet the user thresholds in the bill. Most importantly, a company would also have to be a critical trading partner under the bill. But if a company has such power, and there's no good reason for not subjecting it to the same regulations as other powerful platforms. Now, operating systems as an online platform, there's no good reason to limit the bill's coverage to only smartphone and mobile service device operating systems as opposed to other computing devices like laptops and desktop operating systems. This amendment would also better future-proof the definition of covered platforms, which otherwise would require further legislation before they apply to operating systems for other platform technologies such as virtual reality, where future corporate dominance is certainly possible. Now, while it's unclear, it appears that the elimination, as I mentioned, of the mobile operating system may have had the effect of excluding Microsoft Windows from the covered platform, and that happened between the bill and the manager's amendment. I don't think there's any good reason for that distinction. Microsoft services qualify as a critical trading partners and meet the other requirements. If they do, they should be covered. And I'll just say this, in my district, I have tens of thousands of constituents who work in the technology industry. Every one of these companies has a footprint in my district. I do think that there is a lot that needs to be corrected in terms of problems in the tech sector. But it's important that the remedy be fitting the problem. And I'm hoping that these amendments will help improve this bill and get us closer to what we all want to achieve, which is a vigorous market that well serves the American people. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady, and I appreciate her concerns. And I would just say at the outset, of course, Microsoft nor any other company is not exempt from the provisions of the statute. But I understand the issue that she proposes, or the solution, but her amendment would significantly alter the covered platform definition in the bill. And I think, for example, lowering the threshold in the way that the amendment suggests may have, in fact, unintended consequences. One thing that comes to mind immediately is payment processors. So I think the second part of the amendment, striking the word mobile, I think is something that I could certainly support. And so what I would ask the gentlelady is to agree to continue to work with us. This is the definitions that's used throughout all the pieces of legislation. That is the definition of covered platforms and sort of understanding what the implications are.
The gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I would simply ask if the gentlelady would consider separating her amendment so we could take so people could vote on the two different things.
I would be happy to divide the question between the page 10 amendment and the page 12 amendment.
In which case, I certainly support the striking the word mobile, and I would just offer to the gentlelady if she would continue to work with me and my staff about examining that threshold amount between now and the time these bills go to the floor.
So I'm not sure parliamentarily how we do this, but I would ask that there be a.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to apply to all the bills, Mr. Chairman. That's why I'm suggesting we'd have an opportunity to work on it between now
Well,
and.
let's do it for this bill, and we can do the same thing for the other bills.
I mean,
Yeah.
Again, I don't think, I'm suggesting that changing the covered platform definition, which again is supported by the record that was generated in the investigation. I think before anyone at least should agree to changing that definition, we'd have to have a much better understanding of what the implications are. We built and developed a factual record to support the covered platform definition. And all I'm suggesting is if we could vote on the striking the word mobile and then agree to continue to work on a threshold, because we'd have to work on, it'd have to be a modification to all the bills, not just this.
As I started saying, I'm not sure how to do this parliamentarily, but I'd like
Well,
to.
if the gentlelady would proceed on.
I'd like to get
the
a vote on the mobile.
Okay.
Well, I would ask unanimous consent that the amendment be divided and that we vote on each page 10 and page 12 separately. Just divide the question.
All right, the question, I am told that we don't need unanimous consent. The sponsor can divide the question. All right, so we're now considering, we'll do it one at a time. We're now considering the amendment on page 12.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Just for expedition's sake, I think that if we could discuss both at the same time so we don't get 5 minutes
Sure, we can
for each.
discuss both at the same
We'll
time.
get to the end of the evening and finish the markup.
Yeah, but I'd like a separate vote on each.
Correct.
For what purpose does Mr. Liu seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, I support both parts of Congresswoman Lofgren's amendment because, again, I think we should not be doing special legislation directed only at 4 companies. And my understanding, based on the subcommittee chair's responses, are that, well, this is based on investigation. Well, so I read just the very first paragraph of the report, and it says, as part of a top-to-bottom review of the market, the subcommittee examined the dominance of Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google. So if you're only going to pick 4 companies to investigate, then of course your criteria is going to apply to those 4 companies. And that's the problem, because why are we excluding Microsoft? Or for that matter, eBay, or Twitter, or Uber, or a whole range of tech companies? And if we think that we should have interoperability, the whole point of interoperability is to be interoperable, which means you need a lot of buy-in, not just 4 companies. So it would make sense to expand this to as many possible companies as you can. You want as many companies to be involved in having software and hardware that is interoperable. And that's why the whole cover definition is very problematic, because it's based on an investigation that hand-selected 4 companies to go after. And especially with interoperability, you want more than 4 companies to be able to participate in this. So I will be voting yes on both parts of Congresswoman Lofgren's amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Actually, one more point. I also know that it is also sort of arbitrary, right? Without the benefit of a hearing, I don't really know what $250 billion means in terms of market cap. I don't really know what companies are affected because, again, approximately half this committee have had 0 hearings on this very complicated area of law applied to a very complicated computer area. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Ms. Fischbach.
For what purpose does Ms. Fischbach seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry. And Mr. Chair, I am just wondering if you can clearly explain exactly what we are doing. We're dividing the amendment. The amendment has been divided, and where it is divided and what we are discussing now.
All right. The amendment has 2 parts. It's very simple. One is the amendment to page 10. The other is amendment to page 12. We've divided them, and we're going to vote on them separately. Does the gentlelady yield back?
It's just a parliamentary.
Oh, it's a parliamentary inquiry, that's right. Who else seeks, does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I would agree with Mr. Cicilline and agree to the page 12 amendment to strike mobile because I think that does make sense in this context. But I would oppose the amendment that reduces the coverage definition to 250. I mean, the 4 mega big tech companies that were the subject of the investigation were at the higher level. We don't have sufficient information to say what would happen at the other levels. I mean, someone has asked why Microsoft wasn't covered. Microsoft was the subject of a large, long-standing antitrust investigation and lawsuit, and for that reason has been dealt with in some context. But I think the existing definition is tailored to address the concerns that were identified during our rigorous investigation, which was the subject of the report that this committee reviewed and adopted in April of this year. So while I appreciate the gentlelady's concerns, I think it does dramatically expand the scope of the interoperability and data portability requirements far beyond the record that we have. So I would urge my colleagues to adopt the striking of mobile on page 12, but then reject the change to the definition of the platform. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on these now 2 separate amendments, or either one of them? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There's a saying I heard when I first got to Congress that seems to have application here, that no matter how cynical you get, it's never enough to catch up. So I came in here and I read the material, looked at bills, and I wasn't sure how I was going to vote on things. We need to rein in high tech, which could someday be controlling the government instead of the other way around. And then one other troubling aspect is seeing over the last few years, some of the high-tech companies noticing that China has 4 or 5 times more people than we have, whatever it is, a lot more money to be made over there in that country, and even seeing high-tech companies censor things said here that China may find offensive. So there is some sensitivity to, and I know it's conservatives that have been censored in the last year or so, but that could easily end up going the other way. So we really should be working together on this. When you see that the Act grants the FTC authority to penalize a business the offending platform for up to 15% of its total U.S. revenue from the previous calendar year, or 30% of its U.S. revenue in any line of business affected by the unlawful conduct. I mean, that could really be a sufficient penalty to put a business out of business. We could be giving the U.S. government enough power to intimidate high-tech companies even more than China's intimidating them. So there needs to be some control to keep U.S. privacy private, because that has been a concern. Okay, what if China says, we'll let you into our market, but here's the data we need about your folks in the United States? You know, at what point is the money so much that a high-tech company worth hundreds of billions of dollars cannot afford to turn it down? So what we're doing, I'm so pleased that there's a bipartisan discussion, and we've had that on issues, and votes throughout this day. And I'm gratified for that, because this is really serious, and it's conservatives in the last year or so, but that worm could sure turn in the next few years.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Because there's good evidence that there are technology companies that have in fact turned over data about their users to China. Not right now, and there's nothing in this bill that would stop that. That's why we really need a very strong mandatory privacy bill, and I'm hoping that we will get to that in this Congress and that we'll be able to do that in a bipartisan way. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
And that's exactly what I am concerned, one of the big concerns I have. And I mean, we've seen the intrusion of the federal executive branch. I mean, when the FBI under Mueller raided William Jefferson's office, I mean, they went way beyond anything they should have been allowed to do. And I think both sides of the aisle were concerned about the intrusion of the executive branch, manipulating the legislative branch. And we shared some of those as a concern. So I would like to see that same shared concern put together a bill that would address these things, that is more clear what platforms we're talking about, is more inclusive of the platforms that we're talking about.
Gentlemen, let me simply say that I agree with the gentleman and with Ms. Lofgren. We have to put together a strong privacy bill, and we'll be working on that hopefully on a bipartisan basis. But a strong privacy bill is, I think, essential.
But there are too many questions still here, and I wish we could restart with this. And I know you're invested in this a great deal, but I would like to see some fresh work on this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused about the assumptions that are being made in this hearing, and specifically the assumption that Microsoft would not be covered by this definition. They meet the market cap definition. The big question is whether or not they meet the critical trading partner definition. And their online platform, their cloud platform, I think does meet that definition. So I'm confused about why everyone is assuming that Microsoft is not covered. We actually talked about this quite a bit. I think as committee members may know, Amazon is headquartered in my district. Microsoft is right next to my district, but many of the Microsoft employees live in Seattle. So I have looked at these bills extremely carefully, and it's frankly a big deal for me to be taking this step But because of our 20-month investigation, 16-month investigation, plus 4 months leading up to it, after it, the continued discussion that we have had, the whole reason we took on the investigation was because of the big tech platforms. And so the assumption that Microsoft is not covered is incorrect. That is just not correct. I will in a minute.
Sure.
And the other piece, I think, that we really have to understand is to make such a big change in the threshold amount, I think would take a lot of discussion. And I would just ask, I'm supportive of striking mobile. I think that's fine. But I think in terms of the actual number for the threshold amount, that would require a lot of discussion, and I would ask the gentlewoman from California to withdraw that piece of the amendment so that we can work on it and figure out what is right. But let's not undermine the work, bipartisan work, of the subcommittee that met for 16 months in an investigation, has been working very closely to understand this issue, particularly for people who have, I mean, we're talking about how many constituents we have that work for the Big Four. I'm thinking that I probably have about 60% of my constituents who work for one of these Big Four companies. You add in Microsoft, maybe it's more. So this is not something that we do lightly. This is something that has taken a tremendous amount of work. And the arguments around process, while I respect my colleagues, of course, for their views on this, I would just say that this is not different than other committees that have the expertise and the jurisdiction over the issue, that go through and make the decisions on those subcommittees and then move the bills forward. And this is unusual in that it is so bipartisan. There is bipartisan support for these bills. And so, Ms. Lawford, I'm happy to yield to you.
Just by way of, some thoughts on, and I'm certainly not opposed to Microsoft. I mean, they have a research center right in Santa Clara County. But the exemption of Windows is a major exclusion from the bill, and the lack of a cloud provider being a part of the online platform definition really protects Microsoft's integration of Windows and Office 365 and other cloud services. I'd note also that the change in the threshold protected their growing effort on Xbox, which would be protected because of the change in valuation. And although there's been criticism of Apple for their App Store, and I've actually made that criticism of the percentage, Microsoft does the exact same percentage on their Xbox sales. So those are some of the reasons why it's clear that they had managed to get carved out of here. I'm not suggesting skullduggery or anything like that, but the way the manager's amendment was put together and the change in the threshold did in fact have the effect of protecting them. I'm of the view, I'm not on the subcommittee, and I want to thank the members of the subcommittee who spent so much time. I mean, the fact that I'm trying to make this better in a way I think is productive for America does not diminish in any way the thoughtfulness that was put in and the work.
I appreciate that because I just reclaiming my time, I appreciate that because I know that you as an expert on immigration would not want other people to undermine if you had undertook a 16-month investigation into an immigration issue. You would hope that the members of the committee would respect that. I think we have done that in a bipartisan way. I would just say that I would support striking mobile. I would not support the change in the threshold until we had had an opportunity to do real research into what that meant and what is the right level if it's not the level we put in here, which I firmly believe is based on our investigation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to support the gentlelady from San Jose's very well thought out movement and disagree with some others. And let me just give you some references. First of all, I'd ask unanimous consent that Barron's from December 7th, 2020 be put in the record, in which it says Tesla becomes only the 6th company to top $600 billion in value. And then from the Fortune magazine, April 24th, 2017, Google passes 600 billion for the first time. This investigation...
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This investigation apparently began in 2019 while I was on my sabbatical. Well, Google just barely qualified for this thing back then, and Tesla hadn't crossed it until after they'd reached the conclusion, and today we still have less than a dozen companies that have crossed 600 billion. This bill currently has a static number of 600 billion. It doesn't index for somebody who comes up. Actually, I'm not sure it affects if you go down, if you get out from underneath it. The fact is, though, that if we go back to Microsoft in 1998, when they were adjudicated to be a monopoly and they entered into a consent decree, what do you think they were worth? $256 billion. The fact is, the number is an arbitrary number, and in the light of day, not with all due respect to those who pick the number is not only arbitrary, but it is too high.
The gentleman yield for a second?
Of course, Mr. Chairman.
Isn't any number arbitrary?
Absolutely, except that those who disagree with changing the number are saying that we shouldn't meddle with the years of research. Well, a fairly quick look at where markets have been, what things are valued. If in 1998, which is, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to the younger folks here, for you and me, that ain't that long ago. The fact is, when they were adjudicated to be a monopoly, they were $256 billion market cap. Yes, they're $2 trillion today, but you have to look and say, you can easily be a $250 billion monopoly if you get the relevant market. If Twitter's market is not worth $600 billion, but Twitter has the power to shut down the President of the United States with impunity, trust me, they have the kind of power that they should be covered by antitrust laws. And that's what we're saying today, and that's what the gentlelady is saying, and she is
Mr. Issa, will you just yield just so I can clarify?
Of course, I'd yield to the...
So just to be clear, the legislation includes an indexing to inflation. So you're concerned that as time progresses and companies grow, it will not be contemplated by the statute. It's actually indexed. So just, you mentioned it's not indexed. It actually is.
I'm reclaiming my time. If we look at for example, at Google in 2017 at 600 billion, or Tesla just a couple years ago, these companies have doubled in value in about 2 years. You're not indexing for what's really happening in the marketplace with tech. Yes, you can add 3% a year to a statutory. That's not going to cover the likely monopolies, and it certainly doesn't anticipate that you can easily have a $90 billion entity that has the market power that these companies have in their space. Let's remember that for all of us who have looked at antitrust for 2 years or 22 years, antitrust starts off normally with what is the market, and then it looks at the market share. The fact is, we're throwing all that, 100 years of history of market share and market size and market power and tie-ins, we're throwing all of that out and we're saying $600 billion, that's the number. I'm sorry, but the worst thing in the world to do is throw out 100 years of experience and throw an arbitrary number in that I believe can be easily demonstrated to be far too high. I think the gentlelady's number, if I were to pick it, I would have made it lower, because I'm not sure what Alibaba's worth, but I know this. If I'm going to demand that a company be, like Amazon, be interoperable, I'm sure as heck going to see that Alibaba is reciprocally interoperable. And right now, they're not. Right now, it's a one-way street. They can take and don't have to give back, and that's the current law. They can tell everyone, go ahead and scrape the data. We'll even create a tool to do it for you automatically. We'll scrape the data and give you competitive pricing at Alibaba, but we don't have to share that back with Amazon because they're big and we're small. That's where we are, and I think I'm afraid my time has expired. The chairman has been very understanding. I yield back.
I was just going to say the market cap of Alibaba appears to be $582 billion.
It sounds like under 600, and I appreciate the gentlelady.
The gentleman's time has expired, obviously. anyone else seek recognition? Okay, we will, since no one else seeks recognition, we will vote separately. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to tell you, I strongly disagree with the amendment to page 10, line 14. The investigation involved a very specific problem that we identified. It overlapped with and the problem was the monopoly, anti-competitive behavior of four corporations. It overlapped to a certain extent, not completely, because I recognize the gentleman's argument about Twitter, and it's absolutely right. Twitter acts like a monopoly, especially when the monopoly platforms took down Parler, one of the prime competitors, even though it wasn't market share-wise very much of a competitor, but one of the prime competitors of Twitter. But these companies have acted in a way that makes them unique. I don't have a problem in the future talking about whether payment processors should fall under antitrust laws. I personally don't believe they should, but it's a fair point. But by putting them under, in this amendment, putting payment processors and Walmart and other companies into this category, what we end up doing is applying these statutes to sectors of the economy that we have not studied. And in that situation, I would absolutely be in favor of more investigation or hearings to determine what the side effects would be. If there's one thing that I heard from my constituents, and if there's one thing I heard from business people that I talked to, and if there's one thing that I heard, frankly, from experts in this area, it is that we should be overly careful not to include other sectors of the economy because during this COVID relief or this COVID recovery point, we would be ill-served to apply antitrust law in too broad a way. And that's what we do with this amendment. If we move away from the definition that's set, we move away from 4, 5, 6 corporations, and we move into 25, 30 corporations, we are going to turn this economy on its head. This amendment will kill the idea that American consumers own their data. And that's an idea that I think we should be embracing right now, and we should move forward with. This portability idea it comes from the 1996 Telecommunications Act. It comes from something that is very popular with American consumers. There is a digital file that Google has on every American. To be able to move that digital file to competitors is a way of creating competition. We don't have a government top-down system where we're breaking up a company arbitrarily through the FTC or Department of Justice or through a court. We will create a system with this of allowing competitors to grow from the bottom up. That is a conservative answer to the problem that we face with Google. Google changed its algorithms 6 months before the election to specifically disadvantage Mr. Trump and to specifically advantage Mr. Biden. Now, we may disagree on the other side of the aisle on that. I believe it's true. And I believe that what we do here today in creating competition for Google is absolutely essential. And to adopt this amendment is to gut this bill and to make sure that American consumers don't own their data. And that, I think, is a very serious mistake.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from, where are you from? Florida.
Florida man. I thank the gentleman for yielding. There is nothing that does more to empower people than to give them portability. There's been so much concern over the growth of big government, but at its core, the gentleman from Colorado is right. This legislation empowers our fellow Americans probably more than any other bill in the entire package. And for my colleagues to say, well, this is all such a rush, this has all been in such haste, and then to try to expand the definition that would include a number of additional companies that were not part of the investigation would be the ultimate haste. The reason the definitions are the way they are is because it coincides with the investigative work that we did. Now, if other Congresses in the future want to take a swing at Walmart or American Express, sign me up. I'm here for it. But I don't think that ought to subsume the work that we've done on the Antitrust Subcommittee. And in my final moments, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a publication from roughly 40 minutes ago in The Hill entitled "Tim Cook Called Pelosi to Say Tech Antitrust Bills Were Rushed." So if big tech really wants these bills, it is one hell of a head fake. And I yield back.
Without objection?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, without objection. For what purpose does, Mrs. Swallow seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike.
Strike the last word. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I will be supporting the gentlelady's amendments as divided. But I do just want to note that Mr. Issa stated that these numbers are arbitrary. And I would argue that they are intended and aimed at these 4 companies. And I understand that's justified by the investigation the subcommittee has conducted, but my fear is if you want true interoperability, why would we only want 4 companies to have that interoperability? Why would we not want consumers to benefit from interoperability across any platform where their data is? And so that's my concern. That's why I'm voting for the gentlelady's bills or amendments. But I just want to make it clear, there's nothing arbitrary about the numbers that were chosen. They were chosen to encompass just 4 companies. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
If folks are concerned that we shouldn't capture companies that are between 250 and 600, then please realize that those companies in that range are going to be above 600. A lot of them are going to go above 600. Even if this is indexed for inflation, I mean, the NASDAQ grows faster than the rate of inflation. The Dow grows faster than the rate of inflation. So the odds are a lot of those companies, if we are worried that we're going to capture companies that weren't part of the investigation, if we lower this to 250 from 600, folks, that's going to happen anyway, pretty darn soon for a lot of these companies. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Without objection. I mean, gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, sir. I mean, don't we all often? I find myself in a strange position here, like in the twilight zone in this moment. I actually think this is a great conversation about an important issue because it's forced, because now we're having to deal with whether we're going to vote for these bills. If this were a broad legislative hearing, many of us probably wouldn't be here because we'd have other things we have to do and so forth. So to some degree, it's forcing us to have an important conversation. I'm still in the position of not being able to support the underlying measure. So now I'm sitting here and people say, well, am I going to support this amendment? And I'm not sure. I'm debating as I speak because I do think it's designed to kill the underlying measure. I think that's what it's designed to do because because $250 billion is just as arbitrary as we've established as $600 billion, as the chairman noticed, and as Mr. Issa noted, that these are arbitrary numbers. You say, well, they're not arbitrary. $250 billion is a certain threshold. I mean, whatever. We're having a hearing here with an expert here telling us why it should be $100 billion or $250 billion or $600 billion. So we're expanding the zone and making it, just picking a number. My whole problem with this is I'm not sure why market cap has anything to do with your actual monopoly power.
Would the gentleman yield?
Recognizing, yeah, I'll yield to the gentlelady.
I appreciate that. I just want to clarify this amendment is not intended to kill the underlying bill. It's intended to improve the underlying bill to a point where I could support it. So I just wanted to make that clear. In terms of the coverage, it is an arbitrary number, and I believe Mr. Swallow made a point. It was actually designed to capture 4 companies. But as I said in my opening statement, it is a somewhat arbitrary market cap number, but it's the top 25 companies. They're not mom and pop stores. They have people's data, and I think it's not unreasonable to have Comcast and Verizon that has your data to also be transparent and to cough it up when you want to recapture it. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Of course, and I'll yield back if she has another point, but reclaiming Verizon is actually 232 billion current market cap. I just pulled it up. My point is, they're just kind of making this up. And we're making it up based on a number that, and I'm not sure why, except that I know that my friend from Colorado and the chairman, in terms of studying last year, and going through all of that 600 billion was a magic number with respect to those particular companies. Well, the idea is we're just zeroing in on those 4 companies, but yet it's not a bill of attainder. What I'm trying to do is figure out is, I think the goals are laudable. I think data privacy is exceptionally laudable. I think we should start with the right of each American to his or her data and work from there out. I think we should start with, I have a right to that data, and then the power of the individual American to be able to go after and empower them with a right and cause of action to go after corporations who abuse your data and have the power to protect your data. I start there and work from that, and then figure out, all right, now what do I do and what's my right to then have portable information and so forth. We're focused on these big companies because of the amount of power they have and the influence they have, and we're all concerned. But I can't figure out exactly why we're defining what we're defining. I mean, again,
would the gentleman yield?
Who was that? Was that?
It's Raskin.
Sure, yes, sir.
Mr. Roy, thank you so much. But I think your underlying point seems to have a lot of merit to it. I just want to make one narrow constitutional point. It's definitely not a bill of attainder, which is an act of Congress declaring someone guilty of a crime. And no one is being declared guilty of a crime. I think the whole purpose here is to try to wrestle with these dramatic transformations in the American economy and to deal with them with civil law, which is antitrust law.
Reclaiming my time, and I don't disagree with the gentleman on that. I don't think it's a bill of attainder, but my point was just, the debate here is that, are we focusing in and writing a bill directed specifically to these 4 companies? And that always gives us a little pause and heartburn, as opposed to, are we defining something for good policy to say we've got a structure here that applies equally with the least amount of choosing winners and losers to figure out good policy to protect privacy, protect data, protect the market, which is our goal, and that's what I keep hanging up on. So that's why I'm stuck here thinking, I don't think I support the amendment, even though I don't fully support where we are in the construct of the bill, but I think we ought to keep having this debate. That's why what I would hope the chairman does at the end of this is we shelve it, and we have a legislative hearing, and we call some people in and we debate it, and we come back and we address this later. Anyway, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? The amendment.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Move strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just following up with the gentleman from Texas' comment. He's absolutely right. We should have had hearings on this. In essence, we had an investigation going on for 20 months or so, which a lot of us didn't know about at all. And so there was essentially a secret investigation, and we're setting up secret committees here that are going to investigate this stuff. So there's a hell of a lot going on in secret here, other than the private information of the American people, which isn't being protected in this process at all. So I would strongly urge, go back to the drawing board here, and let's have some hearings on this, because this is a significant
Would the gentleman yield?
legislation. I'd be happy to yield.
I simply want to say whatever one thinks of the amendment or the bills, whatever, one certainly cannot say it was in secret. There were months of hearings. There were public hearings. It was all over the press. No attempt at secrecy was made.
Would the gentleman further yield?
I'd be happy to yield to you.
I think the gentleman, I'll let the Supreme Court decide what a bill of attainder is. But what I do see when I read the simple Wikipedia definition and take out the word person for a moment because it says or group, a bill of attainder is an act or writ of attainder or bill of penalties, an act by the legislature declaring a group or of persons guilty of some crime and punishing them without a trial. Clearly, we are choosing to order companies to do certain things without a trial, unless you include those hearings. And clearly, we've decided to pick just 4 companies, which is certainly a small group. Henry VIII would have thought it was about the right number, although he did more when he executed royals that he didn't like. So I think we certainly have picked a narrow group. The reason that some of the other bills that we will consider later tonight might be different than this one is about your personal property and your right to have it and to have it interact. And the standard should not be our antitrust authority. It should be essentially the ability to comply. If the ability to comply exists in a $50 million or $20 million market cap company doing business, then quite frankly, they should be just as covered. Now, I know that we have limited jurisdiction, but I think it's important that we have very powerful companies, and I would use Alibaba that is just under 600 billion. They're not going to be covered by this, and yet they're not going to be said to be interoperable or portable, while another company will. Picking winners and losers and penalizing 4 companies versus one that is a few $1 billion less market cap is certainly not the test of antitrust. And I think that's the important thing, is we have a stick of antitrust, which we're using, but if we're going to use it to open up interoperability and portability, let's use it as broadly as we can. And that's what the gentlelady is doing. I got to tell you, at $250 billion, it's not a big burden to make your software portable and interoperable, but certainly to tell 4 companies to send it one way and everyone else not is simply saying we're going to punish them and we're going to make them not be able to compete against companies that do not have to comply. I thank the gentleman.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time. Just one other point I'd like to make. I happen to be a ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific, and something that Mr. Gomer said before is absolutely important and critical too, and that's that you've got a couple of countries, particularly the PRC, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, who have been trying consistently to screw up the works here in the U.S. They've been hacking, they've been this ransomware most recently. I mean, they're after all this private information, and this committee ought to be delving into that and working hard to actually come up with something that's going to protect the American people's privacy. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? This amendment contains 2 questions that are divisible. We will have separate votes on each proposition. The first question is on striking $600 billion and inserting instead $250 billion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it.
It's close. I asked for a recorded vote on this.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stemmings? Ms. Stemmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush
Ms.
votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr.
How
Jordan?
am I-
Yes.
Madam Clerk, this is Hank Johnson. How am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are recorded as aye.
I wish to change my vote to no.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
How am I recorded? Jackson Lee?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
No. Vote no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Owens, you are not recorded. Mr. Owens votes no.
Do any other members wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The second question is on striking the word mobile. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Without objection, the ayes have it? Okay. Without objection, the staff is authorized to amend the definitions of online platform in the bills H.R. 3826, H.R. 3816, and H.R. 3825 if they are reported by the committee to make them conform with our amendment to this bill, H.R. 3894, that is to strike the word mobile that immediately precedes the term operating system. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
I have an amendment at the desk unless there's.
Okay,
It's the amendment on page 3. Line
clerk will
15.
report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3849, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California. Page 3, after line 15, insert the following, and make such technical and conforming changes as may be appropriate. C, user consent, interoperability with the business
Without
user.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned, wasn't a short while ago when we first started talking about this, I strongly believe that the data that you generate should belong to you. And I don't know whether you want to call it portability or exportability, as Mr. Massey said, but you shouldn't be a prisoner of a platform because they have your data and you can't go someplace else with it because you can't take it with you. That is addressed. But what is not addressed adequately, in my judgment, is the need for user consent when it comes to the transfer of data for interoperability. What this amendment would do is the interoperability, as currently written under the bill, if it involves any transfer or third-party access to user data, the associated user has to give their consent. In other words, interoperability involving user data can only happen with the consent or at the direction of the user. Now, I think this is very important. As the bill is currently drafted, the bill could effectively require platforms to give third-party users access to user data on the platform, even when those users have not requested such interoperability or otherwise given their consent. It raises a broad range of fundamental privacy concerns. At a basic level, I doubt that anyone on this committee would want their Google, Facebook, or Amazon data shared with a third party without their consent. Third-party recipients could also, and this has been discussed by some of us on both sides of the aisle, could also conceivably be based in foreign countries, perhaps raising even bigger concerns about user data escaping beyond the control of U.S. privacy and consumer protection laws. I think this amendment is necessary to prevent future abuses. We all can recall the debacle of Cambridge Analytica, which fundamentally was about data sharing between platforms and third parties without user consent. They vacuumed up the data out of Facebook and used it for their own purposes. I think that this amendment makes this bill stronger by increasing protection for users of platforms and their data when it comes to interoperability. And I think to some extent, when we look at this whole issue of antitrust, there are times when the interests of competing businesses may actually conflict with the interests of consumers. And in that case, the consumers should always win, not the competing businesses. So I think when it comes to interoperability, which I favor, but favoring it broadly is difficult because when you get into the weeds, it's not so easy. When you come into encrypted data and other things that deserve protection, I do think at a minimum, we should allow users to prevent their data from being utilized by other businesses without their consent. And that is, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, that is in essence this amendment. I hope it will be adopted. I think it will strengthen the bill. And with that, I would yield to the gentleman from California.
And I can save the striking the word myself by joining the gentlelady and saying this is one of those that shouldn't be controversial. It's not intended to be. Clearly, we all look at the practical reality the gentlelady's talking about, that we really don't want, let's just say, Facebook and Google to decide that they're going to be interoperable and share this vast amount of information they both have if you choose not to. Some of these platforms already give you a limited ability to not provide certain data, not be followed. But right now, they're not bound to do so, and they might, under the legislation, if not for the gentlelady's amendment, they might in fact not give you that ability. So I think it's extremely important that we simply say if we're going to order interoperability, it's interoperability by individual customer, that customer having choice. And I thank the gentlelady for her thoughtful amendment.
Would
Yield
the
back.
gentlelady yield?
I would be happy to yield my remaining 12 seconds.
And I shouldn't take much more than that. I simply want to say that the logic of the gentlelady and the logic of the gentleman are very persuasive to me, and I urge people to support this for that reason.
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Scanlon seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I support this amendment to the Access Act. A priority throughout the drafting process has been to include robust privacy and data security safeguards to protect users and their data. For example, the existing data portability provisions under the bill already require affirmative consent of users, but this amendment will improve the privacy safeguards in the bill by requiring users to provide consent when interoperability will result in a business user acquiring, processing, transmitting, or otherwise gaining access to user data. So I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
To move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
I just wanted to thank the gentlelady from California. I think she is absolutely right. This strengthens the bill. I thank her for her engagement on this. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. And I hope between prevailing on this amendment and prevailing on the one that preceded it, it will earn the gentlelady from California's support. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Then the amendment, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes obviously have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Issa of California. Page 5, strike lines 9 through 14. And
Without
insert the
objection, the
following.
amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're on a roll. We're getting things done by voice. I think this one will be similar. We narrowed this considerably in that what this amendment does is simply say that there needs to be transparency if there's censorship. And so, very simple. You take somebody's material down, you shadow ban them, you do whatever. You're required to post it. You're required to notify. Nothing more than that. But it does give the transparency that somebody doesn't have to find out long after the fact they've been taken down. And of course, the public has to know that something is taken down. We understand they might say what they've taken down without reposting it effectively, but they would have to post that they've taken something down and the characteristic of it. Some of the covered platforms do a form of this now. We simply believe for transparency it should be mandated. If we're going to mandate these companies, these 4 companies, do certain things, this certainly seems to be one, and it's consistent, I believe, with the Republican position of transparency, but it's also the Democrat position of transparency.
The gentleman yield?
I, of course, would yield.
I just have a question about the meaning of the amendment. The first part of the amendment is meaning is obvious, but why does the amendment strike lines 7 through 16 on page 10?
We just debated this. I believe that changes the market cap definition.
Yeah, it's a totally different matter.
Nice try.
Right. It basically says that if you take somebody's words down, if you're Twitter, which isn't covered, you still have to.
With the gentleman, I think you're mistaken. It says page 10, strike lines 7 through 16.
Yeah.
That's the market cap definition, which we just heard that amendment, it was defeated. Maybe.
That's because for this particular subsection, you would need to include Twitter, is the way we viewed it, that you would be including a greater amount of those. Are you offering a secondary amendment to my amendment?
No, I still,
supporting?
I still don't understand what this amendment is attempting to do. I just know it would change the definition of covered platform, which again, we've had a pretty lengthy debate about that. So if you, I'm happy to work with you on a bill that relates to Twitter if you want to do that. I just,
Well, I want,
different subject.
the intent of this was to include Twitter.
I got you.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Of course I'd yield.
Because you and I agreed on the market cap issue, but it looks like what you're intending to do is to remove the market cap only for the purposes of line 8, but it doesn't say that. It strikes it entirely from the bill.
Well, we had intended to, for this narrow one to include greater than those 4 companies. If we've lost that issue, Mr. Cicilline, I am not opposed to at least getting some transparency on the covered platforms, which would mean that we would strike below 11. We would strike where it's, or we'd strike page 10, strike 7 and 16, and make such technical corrections.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
If the gentleman would do that, I would support the, I don't see why we shouldn't require a reasonable advance notice, unless someone can give me a good reason.
I think there's a second part.
Will the gentleman yield?
There's nothing on the back of the page. Of course I'd yield.
No,
Yeah, thank you. And this, I hope this will help, because my question is, how are we defining reasonable advance notice? I mean, what would that look like?
They would simply post it before they take you down. Yeah.
A is fine. It's
Right.
like B, that's.
The bill already has reasonable advance notice. We didn't invent that term.
Okay.
It's already in the
Thank you.
bill.
Thank you.
Yes, of
Yield,
course.
Mr. Issa, I don't know if you have the time, but if with respect to the line 3A, talking about notice to a business owner of changes to interoperability interface, I don't think that presents any problem. I think the B section is a content moderation question, which I think is very different. And so if you'd accept a friendly amendment to get rid of lines 8 through 11, I'd support the balance of your amendment to provide notice.
No, I would take the friendly amendment of the chairman very happily and strike page 10, strike 7 through 16 out of it. But the idea of notice and takedown is a term that we know very well in this committee, and I think that that's all I'm really asking for.
Yeah, Mr. Tyson, I would just ask you, because I think there are several problems with this, if you would consider withdrawing the amendment, and we'll work with you on some language that makes sense
Later tonight?
later tonight or whenever it's appropriate, or certainly before floor action.
Well, before floor action.
It's just like, I think.
With all due respect, and I know my time has expired, but with all due respect, I know one thing: we don't get open rules around here anymore.
No, I understand.
So
But
that's why
it's
I'd
just-
like to get it done in
We
committee.
did just have a lot of conversation about why we were focusing on 4 companies, and now you're trying to craft an amendment that focuses on one company.
No,
We
I've
just wanna-
already agreed to scrap any expansion past the 4 companies, but for these 4 companies, notice and takedown and notice of changes. That's all we're asking for. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. I'll seek my own time. I recognize myself. I think I agree with Mrs. Cicilline. There are some problems with the entire amendment, and I could not support it in its current form. Or even with, unless you did what Mrs. Cicilline suggested.
But we'll work the rest of the night, and I'd ask to withdraw the amendment this time and at least give it a little time before we come back.
Sure.
The gentlelady.
The gentleman,
Would the gentleman yield for a further question? Mr. Chairman?
yes,
If there's going to be further work done on this, I actually think it might have a positive impact if the public knew what kind of content is impermissible, like if it's hate speech, it's going to be taken down. if it's, virulent anti-Semitism, if it's X or Y, letting people know that is a good thing. How you do that without republication is a question I have, and I don't know how that would be done. So as you're working on it, I'm interested in how you would address that. Thank you for yielding.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there any other amendments?
Mr.
The
Chair.
amendment nature of a substitute.
Well, I'd be glad to defer to Ms.
I have an
Lofgren.
amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
It's amendment to page 4.
The clerk will report the amendment, I should say.
Which one are you doing? You do this one first. Well, we see, this is the one they're definitely not going to give us, so let's do
Let me, if I may recall that, let me do the other, I have 2 amendments. One is on page 2 and page 3. Let me take that up first, if I could, please. I think that's at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. If they can.
I don't think the clerk has the amendments. Could you please distribute them, Mr. Clough?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California. Page 2, after.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This allows platforms to take action when necessary, when there is a risk to user privacy or security. Currently, the bill gives only the FTC, not the platforms, the power to order that third parties be cut off from interoperability and portability. Given the risk to third-party abuse, and I'm thinking Cambridge Analytica, I think it's not prudent to always wait for the FTC to act. This amendment would give platforms the direct power to terminate portability and interoperability with business users. This isn't dealing with individuals who are getting their own data, but business users, when it's reasonably necessary to address the privacy and security risks or to enforce the other standards the FTC has put in place under the Act. It seems to me that platforms should be empowered to take immediate action when necessary to stop a third party who is abusing the interfaces under this bill. For example, to steal mass amounts of user data or to hack into platforms or other systems. This amendment would still leave plenty of safeguards against platforms abusing this termination power. The termination would only be allowed when done in good faith and reasonably necessary to prevent the harm at issue. More generally, the FTC would still have broad regulatory authority to set any necessary standards in this area, including further restrictions on platform termination powers when warranted in specific cases. I'll just note that you can grab or scrape data from a platform in an instant, and to allow that kind of data transfer while waiting for a government agency to take action and stop it is not prudent. There's plenty of authority for the FTC to intervene if this safeguard is improperly used. But I do think it's important that platforms have this opportunity to protect the user data of their own customers who they have forged a relationship with. I think this amendment improves the bill. Again, I think that it addresses a privacy or security issue that was not fully dealt with, and I hope that we can adopt the amendment and improve the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, and I appreciate the concerns that she's expressed. I am, however, concerned that the amendment would expand the ability of covered platforms to terminate interoperability and data portability for business users, and at least in the way that it's currently drafted, would give, in my view, too much discretion to the covered platform on the decision to cease interoperating with a business user, and that could have the potential, at least, of really upending the pro-competitive goals of the bill. And I know a number of public interest and advocacy organizations strongly oppose the amendment in its current form. And so I would like to continue to work on this issue with the gentlelady and just ask her if she would consider withdrawing this amendment so that we can do that before the bill comes to the floor.
Well, let's hear some further discussion, if
Sure,
the
of
gentleman
course.
would yield, because this is the FTC maintains their control if there's a lack of good faith. This is just an opportunity to take immediate action. The FTC, I mean, it could be a weekend. You know, they may not be meeting, they may not be available, and you may want to keep your users' data from being vacuumed to Russia or some other country.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things that immediately comes to mind is the ability of a covered platform to kill a competitor by this decision. And so it seems to me that's one of the things that would be real concern and would really undermine the pro-competitive purpose of the bill.
Well, if the gentleman would further yield, that would not be in good faith. Here's what it says. A covered platform may cease the transfer of data to a business when such an action is a good faith, reasonably necessary means of enforcing the standards issued under 6C or addressing a risk to user privacy or security. And then the platform has to report the termination to the commission so that if it hasn't been good faith, the roof comes down on them.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I think, again, that's a role the FTC could play as part of their enforcement responsibility. I just think the danger of giving that ability to the covered platform that already by definition has enormous market power. There's a tremendous imbalance in terms of their power as gatekeepers. It just presents such a great risk that they would use that in a way that would crush a competitor, further entrench their dominance. And I just think conveying that ability to a covered platform is fraught with significant problems and can really make this what is intended to be a pro-competitive piece of legislation be used as a cudgel to actually crush competitors. So again, I appreciate the concern you're raising and would welcome the opportunity to work with you on it, but I would oppose the amendment in its current form. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair,
No.
in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Pass.
Mr. Cohen passes. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demmings? Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Pass.
Ms. Bush passes. Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat passes. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Aye. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Aye. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no.
Does anyone,
Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Mr. Shabbat? No. Mr. Shabbat?
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? The clerk will report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would like to change my vote to a no. This is Ms. Bush.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 31 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair.
I'll be glad to defer to you.
I've got one more. I'll be happy to wait. I mean, we should go back and forth.
Mr. Bentz, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Bentz of Oregon. Beginning on page 2, strike line 18 and all that follows through page 6, line 3, and redesignate the following sections accordingly.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I want to clear that big tech is not perfect, is guilty of bad acts, is evolving, has a long way to go, and there are aspects of big tech that need congressional attention. Having said that, the interoperability provisions in this bill are a huge step backwards. Although I agree interoperability is a good thing in many places, but antitrust law is not the proper means of bringing this function forward. Let me also be clear that I do not object to the part of the bill that concerns portability. Although complex, this is a necessary element of the internet universe, and I think will be occurring one way or the other. But I do object to that portion of the bill which requires interoperability. Here's why. The purpose of the bill is to establish the fact that without interoperability, a platform is competing illegally. In other words, a platform that fails to provide interoperability to others or fail to offer an interface is of itself anti-competitive and is thus illegal. This is clearly stated in the Section 2, where the bill provides that a failure to comply with this act is a violation of Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act. The question that must be asked is this bill consistent with antitrust law as it has evolved over the past 40 or 50 years? The answer is no. The bill is a huge step backwards away from the understood and refined consumer welfare standard and back toward a simplistic and arbitrary focus on market structure and concentration. Big is bad, according to this bill, ignoring the need to analyze actual competitive effects. This bill is a clear example of government-engineered industrial policy, and nothing makes this more clear than a quick look at page 15, lines 11, 12, which read, quote, "The Commission shall issue standards of interoperability specific to the platform." That is, the Commission, the government, will issue those standards. This is absolutely government engineering and government-designed industrial policy. The government is taking control under the guise of improving competition. This bill presumes that all will be more competitive by forcing successful companies to give all of that they have created to others. This is what the bill does. The interoperability portions of this bill are not good for innovation and not good for the American consumer. This is a step back to the days when small was celebrated. A discussion of this can be found in United States versus Trans-Missouri Freight Association, a rather elderly case issued in 1897, which held that the antitrust law was to protect small dealers and worthy men. The court concluded that small dealers and worthy men should be protected even if doing so came at the expense of mere reduction in the price of the commodity. That is what the inoperability provisions do in this bill. They force large companies who have been successful in business to protect less successful firms from more efficient competitors. The result, the consumer is the worse for it. This bill reflects a shift of control to the government. It reflects a chilling of innovation. It reflects a means of damaging privacy. The bill throws open the door to our competitors, China being the most obvious, putting not only consumer privacy at risk, but also the nation's security. Let me say again, big tech is certainly not perfect, but this bill is not the way to fix the problem. I urge you support of my amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I understand the gentleman's amendment is essentially to remove the interoperability provisions of the legislation, which essentially guts the bill and only leaves portability in place, which I thank him for his support of half of the bill. But this, again, is a competition-based solution to ensure actually more innovation and more ability to compete. And I reference a letter from the Electronic Frontier Foundation that says requiring interoperability as envisioned by the Access Act will fix the core problem users have with today's dominant platforms, the ability to leave a platform while remaining in contact with their personal networks. The difficulty of leaving today's dominant platforms means that those platforms have inadequate incentives to safeguard consumer privacy and freedom of expression. By breaking down the power of network effects, Congress will enable new markets, products, and services to emerge within the ecosystem where a supermajority of internet users currently reside. The Access Act gives consumers meaningful ways to vote with their feet should they disagree with a big tech platform's decision on how to deliver their service. So I would respectfully say that the interoperability will lead to more innovation, better quality of products, better service to consumers, and the ability for people to vote with their feet. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Congresswoman Scanlon.
Thank you, Representative Cicilline. Yeah, I do appreciate the gentleman's support for the portability portions of the bill, but as the gentleman from Rhode Island noted, this would gut the interoperability portions of the bill, and that is required for successful implementation of this competition-based solution. We need to lower barriers to entry and growth for competing companies and enable effective consumer and business choice among alternatives, and that's what this bill would do. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Yes, the gentlelady from California.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Unlike the author, I actually believe interoperability is an important means of promoting competition. I do worry, however, about the structure of the bill. Now, we did solve a big problem by making sure that users' data can only be transferred with their request. I do have continuing concerns about the other security issues, not just the privacy issues, but the security issues. I'm struggling with whether you would support an interoperability provision with adequate security provisions, or whether you're just opposed to interoperability per se, if I could yield.
The gentleman's recognized if he's...
Thank you for the yield, and thank you for the time. I think it unlikely. I think the interoperability space is incredibly complex, and those who I've spoken to that are aware of how it works are wondering how many years and how many billions will be spent trying to achieve the goals suggested in this bill. I'll also point out that I've had a modest amount of experience in this space in the healthcare arena, and I'll just share with you, this is going to be extraordinarily difficult at every level. So the short answer is no, but thank you for the question.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. If there are no further requests for recognition, the question now occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Anyone else have an additional amendment? I'm sorry.
I do.
We have yeas and nays. Yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren passes. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee?
Passing.
Ms. Jackson-Lee passes. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demmings? Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no.
Am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you're recorded as present.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Nadler votes no.
Lofgren votes no.
Ms. Lofgren votes no.
Has everyone recorded their vote who desires to vote? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 14 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. For what reason does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Could you hold for a minute and see, are there further Republican amendments? Let me hold off on this and let another amendment.
All right.
Then I have an amendment.
I have one too, Mr.
Or he has one. Go ahead.
You haven't had a chance. Mr. Ice has gone a lot.
Go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Need a break from Mr. Issa.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please report the amendment. Reserve a point of order.
That's right.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. Page 14, line 22, insert the following and redesignate the subsequent subsection accordingly. Interoperability standards issued by the Commission shall not require a business user to alter the content moderation policies and practices on their own online platform. Page 18, line 4, insert quote, provided that the standards shall not regulate any user content moderation policies or practices of the business user, quote, before the semicolon. Page 18, line 4, strike quote and, quote, page 18, line 14, strike the period, insert, quote, and, quote, page 18, line 14, insert the following. 5, prevent a covered platform from conditioning or limiting access to their online platform on the basis of a business user's content moderation practices or policies.
Content moderation policy on Parler. Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thanks, sir. You know, we've had a lengthy debate tonight, and about 10 hours ago approximately, I said that the thing about this package of bills substantively is that it seems to turn over a lot of power for the regulatory agency to decide a lot of stuff that we should decide. When the concepts in these bills were first shared, I actually thought that this bill, the portability and interoperability concepts were inviting. I still think that's true about portability, and I could live with some versions of interoperability, but one of the things that's very interesting about the bill, and many of these bills, is a lot of terms are not defined. If you start off on page 1 of this bill, section 3, portability, get down to line 14, it's defined as something, to enable the secure transfer of data to a user. You go over to interoperability on the next page, section 4, look at line 22, it says, covered platform shall maintain a set of transparent third-party accessible interfaces to facilitate and maintain interoperability. It doesn't define what that is. I've had some conversations with a member or two in which the member says, well, all that is instead of data being, your portable data being delivered to you, interoperability would allow it to be delivered to another platform. Well, I'm not so sure. So as I was digging into this, and to Mr. Cicilline, you've pointed out a couple times that it's been a long investigation. There's a really big majority staff committee report, and I've read a lot of it. And I went back to that to try to understand what it would be, what interoperability might mean. And I came upon, in particular, an article or a paper written by Michael Cadis, who I understand is maybe legislative counsel and antitrust to Senator Klobuchar, called Interoperability as a Competition Remedy for Digital Networks. And he contemplates there that interoperability would be like Twitter users being able to friend or get access to users on Facebook. Facebook was a place he seemed to really focus. And I thought about, well, so what would happen if somebody on Parler wanted to friend somebody on Facebook? And whose rules would govern if Facebook said, for example, you're forbidden to mention the origin of COVID-19 coming from a lab in Wuhan, China? Can't say that. That's against our rules, our community rules. Or you can't say anything about the Hunter Biden laptop. It's against our community rules. Or maybe something a little bit more, you can't misgender somebody. That's one that so whose rules are going to govern? And in fact, if that, that not being too far-fetched, there's a paragraph here where he says, in the social network context, there will likely be ample disputes. For example, the defendant platform rejects interoperability with an entrant because it claims the entrant traffics in hateful and deceptive information, which the defendant's platform forbids. The entrant responds that it does not allow such information to be posted and reports that the defendant discriminates against posts of the entrant. So the concern is that, particularly if you go over to page 18 of the bill, one of the things that the technical committee is told to do is to prevent fraudulent, malicious, or abusive activity by a business user interoperating with the covered platform. Now, I'm not in favor of fraud, not in favor of malice. I don't really know what abusive means. And it's yet another area for the FTC to decide. And it seems like what's likely to happen is the FTC is probably going to follow the practices of a Facebook in many circumstances and say you can't talk about the origins of the, and if you're on Parler, instead of having a unique platform, you're going to be stuck with the same kind of oppressive rules that say you can't talk about the origin of the COVID-19 virus. Now, I think this has been helped today by Ms. Lofgren's amendment that says nobody's going to get it interoperate except on a user-by-user consent basis. But if a user grants consent to interoperate with Parler, then there's no reason that Parler's rules for its community need to be overridden by Facebook.
Good point.
And that's what this amendment would do.
Good point.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Again, I withdraw the point of order. This legislation that is before us is narrowly crafted to build a more competitive and dynamic digital marketplace. The legislation does not involve content moderation. It is targeted at anti-competitive conduct in the digital economy. There are a number of proposals, I know one from the ranking member, related to this issue, and it has been referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce, which is the appropriate venue for addressing this. But one thing that I'm particularly concerned about is if you look at the bottom lines 5 through 8, your amendment would prevent a covered platform from conditioning or limiting access to their online platform on the basis of a business user's content moderation practices or policies. So if you had a platform that allowed pornography, child pornography, that would not be a basis if this amendment passes to prevent the platform from limiting access to the online platform. And so that would essentially say there's nothing you could do, FTC. You cannot, in fact, rely upon a business user's content moderation practices or policies, and we would be forced, or consumers would be forced to live with whatever decisions, however outrageous those practices or policies might be. It could not form a basis for preventing a covered platform from conditioning or limiting access. I think that's very dangerous, and I'm certain that's not what you intend to do, but I think that's the practical effect of the amendment. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the ranking member is
I yield
recognized.
time to the gentleman from North Carolina, sponsor.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. So the big question for conservatives in this entire process here needs to be, are we making progress for the interests of conservatives in this package of bills or not? And now the answer has been laid bare.
Will the gentleman yield?
Let me finish
Yeah,
for a minute,
of
and I'll be
course.
glad to if I've got any of Mr. Jordan's time left to yield. Or actually, I'm not sure it'd even be mine to yield. But let me just say this. So what we see, and consider that situation. So Parler interoperating with Facebook, and all of the circumstances, I gave maybe one that just really is the most outrageous, that for a year, people on Facebook have been prohibited from mentioning the fact that and what now seems to be the likeliest theory about the origin of COVID and that it came from a lab in Wuhan. It's been forbidden by their censorship. And so if Parler's interoperating with Facebook, even if Facebook user has to consent one-off in order for that to happen, now we can see what this language, this vague language means vis-a-vis the FTC. They're going to be the police of what can be said on Parler and any other network. How are you going to have unique and dynamic competitive environments popping up where if Facebook can decide across the social network universe that you can't say what the origin of the Wuhan virus is? And of course, I'm using that as an example. But to any conservative who would say, this is the way to embark on a solution to big tech's censorship of conservatives and that particular abuse, that response, that opposition to this amendment gives the lie to that. And I yield back to Mr. Jordan.
I yield back, thanks.
Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Jackson Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word and yield to you.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to quickly respond. The question of, and the purpose of these bills is to promote competition, to promote innovation, to ensure that there are more choices for consumers and more opportunities for entrepreneurs and innovators. The purpose of these bills is not to curate content. There is a bill, as I mentioned, introduced by the ranking member of this committee on this very issue that was referred to the Energy and Commerce Committee that has exclusive jurisdiction over it. So I think one of the challenges is trying to solve a problem that is the subject matter of the jurisdiction of another committee, which is not the subject of the antitrust bills. But as I mentioned—
Would the gentleman yield?
Let me just finish, and then I'm happy to, even though you didn't. 2018,
Ran out of
Tumblr—
time.
No, I'm trying to model good behavior. 2018, Tumblr was delisted for harboring child pornography. And if your amendment's adopted, it would prevent a covered platform from conditioning or limiting access to their online platform on the basis of a user's content, moderation practice, or policy. There's nothing you can do. We'd have to live with that. I know you don't intend that to be the result, but I think that's the problem. If you say it prevents a covered platform from conditioning or limiting access to their online platform on the basis of a business user's content moderation practices or policies. So set aside the criminal aspect of that. Suppose you had a platform that said, we don't have any content moderation policies. We let everyone, no matter how violent, no matter what they say, we invite that. You would not have the ability in any way to limit access to that online platform, or the business user wouldn't have an opportunity to do that if this amendment passes. So I get the purpose, but I think what ends up happening is this blows a hole that will make it virtually impossible to prevent people from maintaining platform or forcing people to be interoperable and portable with platforms that pose real dangers to the community. And I just don't know if that language achieves what you intend to achieve. I'm happy to yield, of course.
Mr. Chairman? It's my time. I'm happy to
Oh, I'm
yield.
sorry. Yield back to Ms. Jackson-Lee. And
I'm happy to yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas. I understand that this poses a complexity for the issue of interoperability. And you say, Mr. Chairman, that there is no, that this is outside the jurisdiction of the committee, but the language here imparts power to the FTC to deal with this issue. It allows the FTC to pass rules to protect against, quote, abusive activity. And one person's pornography, if that'd be abusive as far as I'm concerned. But I don't think it's abusive to say that the Wuhan virus, my theory is that Wuhan virus came out of the lab. But Facebook said that was abusive. So your bill, the language of your bill, empowers the FTC to do that, and you are saying you want to have an environment in which interoperability occurs, and yet you have all these different flavors springing up and competitors that do things differently, and yet you're empowering the FTC to impose content moderation policies on every business user that wants to interoperate for the sake of its customers. Thank you.
Reclaim my time. I just want to make one quick point. Laymen will have to understand this, and this is going to go through a lot of machinations before these bills become law. But I do think in all of the discussion and interoperability and the content, truth is a factor. And what has been happening is there's been a question of whether or not the issues around COVID and other matters have been truthful. And I think the covered entity has the right to make that determination as the bill would do. I yield back. I yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And again, I think this issue with respect to content moderation is an important one, but I think it requires a discussion within the Committee of Jurisdiction. I think the attempt to insert that into this competition-based solution on data portability and interoperability poses real danger, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I speak in support of the gentleman from North Carolina's amendment. And one of the key issues here for us is censorship, and he mentioned this in his comments in regards to conservatives are very concerned about this, and we're not seeing anything in these bills in regards to censorship. And but I would give a little different take than the gentleman from North Carolina and then some others, is that ultimately this is not just about conservatives. All we have to do is witness the cancel culture over the last couple years. They're coming for us now. They're coming for people like me. Certainly the ranking member, they have come after him hard here over the last year. And we've seen the results of that. I mean, I just look at in the state of Wisconsin, when we had the riots in Madison, the rioters, they went and tore down the statue of a guy who died at Chickamauga to save the Union and end slavery. And they were tearing him down. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that goes on with cancel culture, and it extends to speech also. They're coming for us now, but they don't stop there. They will come for you ultimately also. And that's why it's so important to have something like this amendment where you have platforms that can share their speech, even if some people disagree with it. I yield back. I'll yield balance of my time.
Yeah, I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I support the gentleman from North Carolina's amendment. The gentlelady from Texas says truth is a factor. That's the point. All kinds of content was taken down off of these platforms. The gentleman's example is the best about the origins of the virus. And at the time, people said that was not truthful. Shazam, it looks like it is now. That's the whole point. That's why we need this amendment. Truth does matter, but sometimes people have a disagreement on it. If only one side's allowed to talk, that's not going to get us to the answer. That's not going to get us to the truth, as the gentlelady from Texas pointed out. That's what this amendment's about, and that's why it's a good amendment. I urge it to adopt it. Yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
And I will yield some time to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. I thought he was going to ask for more time. I want to. I thank the gentlewoman from Texas for her candid statement. What she just mentioned, what she just described is the ministry of truth. The ministry of truth. So it's not going to be that we have to put up with Facebook at the cost of not being on that platform and going to Parler, which they trampled on one time and sort of is trying to build itself back up. No. The Facebook regime will be picked up by Ms. Khan at FTC, and with the academics on the technical committee, you'll take these rules of that are about truth, according to the gentlewoman from Texas, and it will be imposed as a matter of government power across social media. You can compete in different ways. We can have a lot of competition in terms of flavors of social media, but they'll all be under the ministry of truth. That is what these bills do. And I yield to back to Mr. Tiffany.
I will yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
We saw this last year. I got the email where Mr. Zuckerberg emailed Dr. Fauci. Tony, he says, I wanted to send a note of thanks for your leadership, everything you're doing to make our country's response as effective as possible. I also wanted to share a few ideas with you. Then the next paragraph, he says this. This isn't public yet, but we're building a coronavirus information hub that we're going to put at the top of Facebook for everyone with two goals. Make sure people get authoritative information from reliable sources. Authoritative information from reliable sources. They were 0 for 2, right? The information Dr. Fauci was giving him on the origin of the virus wasn't true. At least it sure appears that way. So this is exactly the scenario that we need to deal with. It's already happened. Now we're gonna codify it. That's the concern. That's why this amendment's so darn important. I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
So I would just conclude by saying, for those of you that are Harry Potter fans that are not familiar with the Ministry of Truth, think of the Ministry of Magic. It's much similar. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'm sorry? Mr. Roy is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
I believe that the gentleman from North Carolina's amendment is offered in good faith with respect to ensuring that what we are doing in this bill to empower the FTC, which it clearly, in the abusive language and generally, does to make these determinations, that we would take off the table these issues of content moderation policies. And what the gentlelady from Texas referred to, and which my friend from Ohio and others have now talked about in terms of truth, this is the whole thing. This is the whole issue. Who decides? Who decides? I mean, for the better part now, what is this, June? For the better part of 15 months. An entire campaign last year, I had $16 million worth of ads run against me saying I was saying the virus was a hoax. Because I dared to talk about where I thought the virus came from. Turns out to be true. Because I dared to talk about the nature of the virus, that I dared to talk about what might happen if we shut down our schools, shut down our economy, talk about the cancer that would not be detected, the mental illness that would flow, the masks, and the damage to our children. And yet, technology companies, with all of the power that we're agreeing on a bipartisan basis they have, with all of their power, they were shutting down our voice in the name of truth. That's what was happening. I mean, it's clear as day. I mean, I would be happy to engage in a discussion about that matter, but I experienced it. I saw it. And here we sit and we talk about truth. When we talk about truth of a virus that a great deal of evidence suggests came out of Wuhan, allow me to insert the funny rant by Jon Stewart the other night on late night TV about, the chocolate and Hershey came from somewhere. I think it came, from the factory. I mean, here we sit. If you're in Wuhan, where'd the virus come from? We know. And so we talk about that for a year, and you've got these people using a $600 billion corporation that, I don't use Facebook. My wife shows me pictures from friends and family every once in a while. I don't use it. I try not to use Twitter too much anymore. But if you want to go out there and talk to people, we kind of have to use Facebook, right? That's our monopoly problem that we're addressing. And I've said, and I agree, that I think there's bipartisan good faith efforts to try to address the monopoly problem. But here, the gentleman from North Carolina is just trying to say, wait a minute, if we're going to have interoperability standards and the FTC is going to be inserted into that, how about we just say, you know what? We should make sure that we're not requiring these users to alter the content moderation policies and practice on their online platform. I think that is a reasonable thing the gentleman from North Carolina is doing. And I would suggest that if we're going to figure out the monopoly power of these high-tech companies, we should actually talk about the truth. That is the truth. What we've been seeing and experiencing in the shutdown of free speech and thought. If anything should send chills down the spines of members of the people's house, it's the power of corporate entities shutting down speech and thought in the name of what they declare is truth. And then insert the government into that in the wisdom of the FTC with these corporations to determine what the truth is.
The gentleman yield?
Yeah, I'll yield to the record.
I just want to keep reading from Mr. Zuckerberg's communication with Dr. Fauci. People want to hear from experts than political leaders. Turned out Mr. Roy was right. Dr. Fauci, the expert, was wrong last year. But no, Mr. Roy's comments, they got censored. They got taken down. And I could read you more from their email back and forth, but the government redacted a bunch of what Mr. Zuckerberg said to Mr. Fauci. So we don't even know part of what they had going with this coordination.
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what reason does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to my colleague from Texas, Sheila Jackson Lee.
This is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas for her generosity and kindness, and am certainly most moved by the fact that my words have now been cited by so many of my good friends on the other side of the aisle. This place is a place for truth, equality, and justice, so I'm glad that we're discussing truth. I would make the simple point before I make my larger point that I am looking at some of what Google says, with scientists battle over the ultimate origin story, where did coronavirus come from? So I don't think we have found the truth yet, but there are many different scientific perspectives. But I do want to go back to the point Mr. Cicilline has made, and I want to, in particular, look at Congresswoman Scanlon's bill, if I might. The bill reads, to promote competition, lower entry barriers, and reduce switching costs for consumers and business online. Obviously, the short title is Augmenting Compatibility and Competition by Enabling Service Switching Access. It also says a violation of this act or standards issued pursuant to this act by a person, partnership, or corporation operating a covered platform in or affecting commerce shall be an unfair method of competition in violation of Section 5A1 of the Federal Trade Commission. To bring the argument back to where we should be, I just want to say to my friends on the amendment that Mr. Bishop has offered, this is a bill about competition. I think content is a very important discussion. It might be apropos for us to have a separate legislation that overlaps the energy and commerce jurisdiction on content. Content is very important, and truth in that content is very important. And frankly, to my friends, we, those of us who may not be in the conservative alignment, but we respect it, have been battered by untruths ourselves. So to my good friend from Texas, he might want to encourage his colleagues, Republican colleagues in the Senate, to vote for H.R. 1, Mr. Roy, so you won't have all that dark money coming after you in the next campaign. But that's another story. I simply want to remind us that the bill is about competition, and I think this amendment does not fit within the four corners as it relates to content. We can discuss truth and content, but I don't think that it fits within this particular bill. And with that, I will yield back to the gentlelady. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
My friend Mr. Bishop offers this amendment in good faith with the concern that millions of people, if they were watching this hearing, would have, but they have generally, which is, if they get mistreated on one platform, can they go to the other platform? And that's what seduced many folks on this side of the aisle into supporting some of this legislation. But the amendment, possibly more so than any other amendment that's been offered to any of these bills tonight, exposes a problem with this whole interoperability pipe dream. Are you going to homogenize the terms of service? Do all four companies have to have the same terms of service? If somebody gets banned on one platform, are they banned on the others? Does the FTC decide that? If one platform has a security issue, are all the other platforms going to have to be that? I mean, there have been amendments offered to try and deal with the security of the user and the security of the platform. What about the privacy of the user? The ownership issue. Who owns this stuff? Proprietary algorithms. Some of these companies spent millions of dollars and got intellectual property. Is there compulsory licensing required for somebody? For one company, do they have to take their intellectual property and give it to other companies in order to facilitate interoperability? But you don't need any of those complicated questions. Just the simplest question that Mr. Bishop's amendment asks, which is, does the content moderation policy of one platform extend to the other? And the content moderation policies, they don't invite content, they exclude content. So what if we've got 4 platforms and one's conservative and it doesn't let liberal viewpoints on there? And what if one is liberal and doesn't let conservative viewpoints on there? And then you merge the 2 terms of service, or does the FTC choose either one, or do they pick them both so that you can't say anything political on any of the 4 platforms? Because that's what terms of service, that's what the user agreement does. It excludes certain speech. Okay, you can't say it might have come from Wuhan, all right? Well, our terms of service are you can't say it came naturally. Well, our terms of service say, well, the vaccine might be hurtful. Well, our terms of service say, no, you can't speak ill of the vaccine. And you merge all of those, and what you end up with is nobody can say anything. And it was offered in good faith. It's not meant to blow this bill up. It's not meant to blow it up at all. But it has the unintended side effect, his amendment does, of exposing that this interoperability thing is a pipe dream. It fails even the simplest test. Even the sponsor of a bunch of the bills here tonight admitted it blows it up. It just blows it up to even try and think about, what does interoperability, how does it handle content moderation policies? Oh, I can't think about it. It just blows the bill up. So we can't vote for your amendment. Well, this bill is not ready for prime time. And the interoperability part of it, which people have tried to fix tonight, it is unfixable. It is just not fixable. And as I said before, interoperability, standards are what, when one company becomes dominant in a market, they use interoperability to exclude their customers. They say, if you want to interoperate
Gentleman yield.
Let me continue this thought, and then I will yield to. If you want to interoperate with us, you got a license from us. You got to pay to compete with us because you don't have the resources to recreate millions of lines of code that we did. I would yield to Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I think this discussion is very worthy, but I was beginning to think about what could happen under this amendment. ISIS, Chinese propaganda, and who knows what else. I think there's a great concern here, and whether or not it fits into this legislation is a question. And I would just argue that it does not, because the basis is competition, and the content could be open to anything. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and just the questions that she poses, I believe, also expose this. If you can't make his amendment work, then this interoperability thing is not ready for prime time. And that sums up my thoughts, and I'll yield back for the last 10 seconds.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last work.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, first of all, let me just recognize the hard and long work of the subcommittee chairman and the ranking member and all the members, and especially the staff of the subcommittee in both the 116th Congress and now in this Congress. I know that the committee spent almost 2 months working on their investigation. Actually, it was much, much longer than 2 months, through numerous hearings, briefings, drafting of the 450-page report and a package of 6 bills. And I know that they're subject area specialists. As some of our colleagues have mentioned, many of us on this committee haven't participated, though, in one hearing on the markets, the monopolistic markets, or even the package of antitrust bills we have before us today. And obviously, we all want to foster competition, promote innovation, and provide both benefits and protections to our constituents. However, as our economy rebounds from a global pandemic, we do have to understand both the intended and unintended consequences the bills will have on these companies, their competitors, and consumers. So that's why holding at least one hearing, even after the fact, for all the members of the full Judiciary Committee definitely will be my preference and would have been my preference. So I do strongly support providing a dedicated and consistent funding source for both the FTC and the Department of Justice Antitrust Division as enforcement demands rise with increasingly complex mergers and major monopolization cases at both the FTC and the Justice Department. We can't continue to hold agency funding flat. So these additional funds will help the agencies to adequately promote competition. The bill we are considering is important. Incorporating data interoperability into privacy legislation is essential to empowering consumer data rights and fostering a competitive marketplace. I'm going to vote to move these bills out of committee and to continue to move this process forward, but I want to be clear that I believe that more work will need to be done between passage later tonight and the consideration of these bills on the floor of the House of Representatives. So before I agree to vote on the floor, I want to state that for the record, that I believe that much more work needs to be done, and I will vote in committee, but will not commit to what my vote will be on the floor. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Fishbach seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
And Mr. Chair and members, it has been, I think, very frustrating for many of us. I've heard the frustration, I've heard the amendments, I've heard the questions regarding the bills and this bill in particular. And, you know, I think it's very, very obvious we need more time on these bills. Oh, and we owe it to the people we all represent that we do this right and that we take our time. And it is important. It is important that we get all of the input we should. And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 4, Rule 16, I have a privileged motion. I therefore respectfully make a motion to adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is a privileged motion, and all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
A lot of the questions that we're getting in
Mr.
the
Cicilline votes
chat,
no.
you know, people want to know how they can help.
Mr. Swalwell?
And how
We're
they
on a
can
roll call
work.
vote.
And, you know,
Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings? Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee, you are not recorded. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Aye. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube?
Yes.
Mr. Stube votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
How am I
Mr. Deutsch
recorded?
votes no. Ms. Lofgren, you are recorded as yes.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Gates, you are not recorded. Mr. Gates votes no.
We're still waiting on a couple.
Mr. Chairman, how am I reported? How am I recorded?
Mr. Issa, you are recorded as aye.
Can I vote twice? Just once? Just once? Oh, well, thank you. Only in person.
Darrell. Darrell. When I was first elected to Congress, my predecessor died the day before the primary. He couldn't get his name off the ballot. He won the primary. And so people said, what's the difference between New York politics and Chicago politics?
Hear you.
Chicago politics, dead people vote for live people. In New York, it's Are there any members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 25 noes.
The motion to adjourn is defeated. Is anybody else wish to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Owens?
I'd like to strike,
For what
I'd like to
purpose
strike
does
the last
Mr.
word.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to kind of give a perspective. I'm very excited about this opportunity to work with everyone to find a way that we can give control back to the consumer and the control of these monopolies. I would have to say, though, that the gentlelady from Texas gave all of us a very easy layup who have concerns about the truth control. And that we've seen this last year, and I think it strikes to the point that we do need to have an amendment like this to give us safeguards, that we should all feel comfortable that not one or two people can tell us what the truth is, not their truth, but what we all know the truth really comes from. But anyway, that being said, I just would like to, again, hope that we can all agree this amendment will be good for this process and get us moving forward so we can really come together and say that the American people, we're looking out for their best interests. I'd like to yield the rest of my time over to Mr. Roy.
Well, I appreciate my friend from Utah for making that point and doing so eloquently as someone who obviously is invested in this piece of legislation as an original sponsor, if I'm correct, of the underlying bill, because he, like myself and others, want to ensure data privacy, data portability. These are important issues, trying to work in good faith to do it. But again, what we saw right here to pretty much kind of gave up the ghost in terms of what the objectives are, at least for, I think, some of our colleagues. And my friend from Texas, who unfortunately is not here at the moment, but referred to jumping aboard H.R. 1 to allegedly eliminate all the dark money that came after me. Well, it wasn't the dark money, it was my opponent. It was my opponent, her own remarks and speeches and hard dollars there, and making the point of just saying, Roy is saying it as a hoax. Roy is saying, he talked about herd immunity. Well, heaven forbid I talk about science and herd immunity, right? But if you dare mention something like herd immunity or science, you're banned, right? You're saying, oh, no, you can't talk about that. You can't talk about the virus coming from Wuhan. And that's exactly what we're seeing occur when we're talking about truth. And that's what's so concerning. And the stories that we see right now, even just recently about the stories about Google funding some of this research in Wuhan, the stories that we've seen, if you go through Facebook and everything that Facebook did in quashing reports, questioning if the virus leaked from the Chinese lab, there's story after story, just Google it. Really, hey, pull it up. And then you've got a Chinese virologist talking about Fauci's emails, backing up the Chinese virologist who's getting, banned by China. And let's talk about Dr. Li Wenliang, who was silenced when Dr. Li Wenliang blew the whistle. We were all talking about that. And then suddenly these massive big tech companies are silencing our voice. And I'm literally stunned and blown away that we're talking about it in those terms when we're here talking about the power of these big tech companies, and it's proving the very point. So I very much agree with my friend from Utah about the importance of this amendment, and I certainly support the amendment, and I yield back to my friend from Utah.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Escobar seek recognition?
Sorry, someone else has time. I'm gonna take it.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank, I'm really speaking to all of these pieces of legislation, not necessarily one in particular. I want to thank my colleagues for their incredible work, both in their subcommittee as well as working across party lines to make sure that we do everything possible to tackle these very challenging issues that have unfortunately gone unaddressed for so long. And, but I also at the same time do want to say that I have heard the concerns expressed by colleagues who have asked for additional hearings and colleagues who believe that there are still steps left to go in the process going forward. And I am supportive of going forward on our committee. And I echo what I've heard from other members through this process. I look forward to continuing the work ahead before these bills get to the floor, because it's clear that there is still more work to do going forward. Just wanted to put that on the record and thank everyone who's worked so hard to get us to this point. I know that it has taken an awful lot of intellectual work and a lot of dedication, and I am grateful for it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we are having all of this illuminating discussion and everyone is pointing out the epiphanies that we've had as we've gone through the last, 11 hours, I'll just point something out as well. What we're doing here is adding to government, the bills are, and there's no other way to summarize and assess this. Each of the bills has a provision that will empower more FTC rulemaking. These bills say a violation of the Act also constitutes, quote, an unfair method of competition, unquote, under Section 5 of the FTC Act. And the Access Act, the bill that we're still on now, specifically says on page 1, quote, a violation of this act or standards issued under this act shall be an unfair method of competition, unquote. That text will empower FTC rulemaking because under current case law, the FTC has authority to issue new rules about unfair methods of competition under Section 5. Now, not everybody agrees with that precedent, but you know who does? All three of President Biden's Democrat FTC commissioners. That's Chairwoman Khan, Commissioner Chopra, Commissioner Slaughter. In fact, in March 2020, before moving to her current role as chairwoman of the FTC, Lina Khan and current Commissioner Chopra published an article entitled "The Case for, quote, Unfair Methods of Competition Rulemaking," unquote. And this March, acting Chairwoman Slaughter started a new rulemaking group at the FTC. Just coincidence, I guess. By making violations of these bills, quote, unfair methods of competition, unquote, each bill opens the door for future rulemaking, not just interpretive rules, but substantive rules that this administration will argue should get Chevron deference from the court. So, I mean, just while we're doing full disclosure, let's acknowledge that that's going to happen. And, you know, some of us are a little uncomfortable about giving the FTC all of this new discretion and empowerment. And I think that's worthy of note. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Gates.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just think it's going to be hard to tell people that you can't own your own data. Big tech owns your own data because we're afraid government's going to grow too much. If that is the argument here, you have to look at the final outcome of the legislation, which is that people will have greater control over the information that they create that large companies exploit. And if it's not the FTC that's going to do it, it's hard to wonder who is. Right now, it is a unipolar system where all of the power in these relationships emanate from the terms of service that are solely drafted by the big technology companies. And they want to maintain that unipolarity. They want to maintain it so much that Tim Cook was calling Speaker Pelosi today begging to slow these bills down. They want it so much, the New York Times is reporting, that they have an army of lobbyists. They want it so much that Politico is reporting that some of those very lobbyists have been threatening members for signing on to the legislation. So it's very clear that the outcome we face in passing these bills or not is whether or not at the end of the day we want to empower the human beings who create the data to own it, or whether we simply want to surrender to the big tech oligarchy, the big tech rule. And that, to me, feels a lot more like life in China that's pretty dangerous than perhaps creating some multipolar force at the FTC, creating some opportunity for consumer protection, and to create a new paradigm over data that will allow people to be able to utilize it. And so that when people are on these platforms, they are the consumer and not the product. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? No?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Yeas and nays, please, Mr. Chair.
The yeas and nays are requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings? Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs passes. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fischbach? Ms. Fischbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Deutsch?
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Mr. Biggs, you're recorded as present. Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Gates, you're recorded as no. Mr. Gates votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't voted? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek
I have an
recognition?
amendment at the desk on page 4.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California. Page 4, strike lines 1 through 20, and insert the following.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as currently written, I think the bill is really micromanages technical changes unless there's some urgent circumstance involving security and privacy. And I think that that is a mistake. As drafted, the bill would require prior FTC approval, really, for all the technical changes, as you say, except in some kind of an emergent situation. Most of the changes that are done are technical in nature, security issues, and for a platform to have to apply to the government before using technology, I think it's just, it'll unduly burden the commission and will unduly burden companies. This amendment would allow the commission to the extent that it's necessary to ensure that changes are not being made with the purpose or effect of unreasonably denying access or undermining interoperability for users. In that case, the commission can require the platform to obtain permission. I think that's the right balance. I mean, if there is conduct that is to defeat the purpose, then the commission should go in and require approval and go through it. But every technical change that you seek to make, go to the FTC. I just think that's unreasonable, and could even delay platforms from executing basic security updates and other technical updates. I think platforms shouldn't have to consult their legal department every time they perform a good faith interface update or even to determine if a security risk is imminent. So this amendment leaves plenty of safeguards. The FTC has the power to require prior approval when it's necessary, but it wouldn't require the government to grant permission to every single change ever made to a technical system. And I hope that this amendment will be adopted. I think it improves the bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
I'd be happy to yield, but I yielded back.
Oh.
So if the chairman will give it back to me,
I will give it
yield.
back to you.
I thank the gentlelady for the amendment, and I know you have worked in good faith with us all throughout this process. And I'm, in terms of voting for this amendment, this would be the third amendment, the third improvement you've made. And my question is, having acted in good faith, will passage of this amendment and support by members of the subcommittee earn your support for the underlying bill?
I continue to have concerns about the security aspects of the bill and the coverages of the bill, as I said, at some great length. So I'm trying to balance that.
No, I appreciate it. And as I said, I obviously would continue and will continue to work with you to address those. But I just hope we're acting in good faith as well. And I hope if this third amendment is adopted, you'll support the underlying bill as a kind of step in this process. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Then the question occurs on the amendment to the amendment nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Are there any other amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Strike the last word. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
It's the Protect Speech Act.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman will explain his amendment.
Reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is reserved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple hours ago, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, asked sort of the fundamental question. He says, what's our goal here? What's the overall objective? I know what mine is. My goal dealing with this subject is to stop the censorship. Frankly, that's what the folks in the 4th District of Ohio that I talk to care about. They don't like the fact that certain content is censored, others isn't, many times done for political reasons. So we just had a big discussion on the gentleman's amendment from North Carolina, which I thought was great. My good friend, and I mean that, my good friend from Florida, he said, well, but your data is going to be portable. Great, we're all for that. It's going to be portable, but it's still going to be censored. That was the point of the amendment, to stop the censorship. So we've introduced legislation a week and a half ago, I think sponsored by almost every Republican, which says, let's overhaul Section 230. Let's take away the liability protection that these big tech companies have. Let's get rid of the language, the catch-all language, otherwise objectionable. That's where they throw all this stuff and keep you from learning about the things Mr. Roy was talking about relative to the origins of the virus last fall that Facebook was censoring. So that's our legislation. Overhaul Section 230, something I thought that we were all for. And if we're going to get to the truth, you know how you get to the truth? It's called the First Amendment. That's why we have the First Amendment. More speech, more argument, more debate is how you arrive at the truth. That's why the founders put it first. And this committee should understand that more than any other committee in Congress. But think about what we've seen over the last few years. Every liberty we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted, every single one. There are still places, you think about it, you got 5 liberties: right to practice your faith, right to assemble, right to petition your government, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, every one. There are still places today on a Sunday morning the full congregation can't meet. Still places today in this country. 5 weeks ago, I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to go to Texas to get freedom because in Amarillo they weren't allowed to, or excuse me, because in New Mexico they weren't allowed to assemble. And you can go right down the list, but speech is the most fundamental one. So let's focus on that. Let's add this to the bill, and let's deal with the censorship issue. We tried it with the great amendment I thought the gentleman from North Carolina brought, but that got voted down. So we'll try again with an overhaul of Section 230. That's what this does. If you want the truth, truth is a factor, as the gentlelady from Texas said. If you want the truth, embrace the First Amendment, allow more speech, don't censor. And one way to do that, key way to do that, is take away the liability protection, overhaul this section of the law that was passed 20-some years ago. That'll help us. Other things need to be done as well. I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all. We're willing to work with our colleagues on more things that need to happen relative to speech, but this is a good first step.
Will the gentleman yield?
Be happy to yield to my friend.
Has the gentleman ever been censored?
Yes. Yeah, so have you.
And how did the gentleman come to learn that he had been censored?
Yeah, I know this story. I got a call from the gentleman from Florida telling me I was shadow banned. My first response was, Mr. Gates, what's shadow banning? Yeah. So but you're making my point. Reclaiming my time, you're making my point. And it wasn't just you, and it wasn't just I. It was 2 of our Republican colleagues. 435 members of the House, only 4 were shadow banned by Twitter, which, by the way, none of this legislation covers. That's why we should have adopted some of the earlier amendments we had. That's why there needs to be more work in this area to deal with the fundamental issue, censorship of the folks we represent, attacks on speech. And again, I've said it many times, this committee should be more concerned about that than any other thing when we're attacked, when we see limits on First Amendment liberties. So I would urge adoption of the amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not germane. It is outside the jurisdiction of the bill. It's another provision in the law over which this committee has no jurisdiction, Section 230.
Will you yield before the ruling?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, Mr. Jordan, you're not being censored. The government can censor, the government can put restrictions on the public square. It goes to the Supreme Court.
Mr. Swalwell, that's an argument on the amendment we're talking about.
I know, but we have to listen to him all night. He's not being censored.
We have to rule on the point of order.
Can I respond?
To the point of order, not to the argument.
Will you let him make his?
I just stopped him.
All right, I appreciate you stopping him.
Now you're being censored.
Now you should have stopped him. Now you should have stopped him 30 seconds earlier.
You can, as a proponent of the amendment, you can defend it.
I've defended it. That's fine. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, back to Mr. Cicilline. The gentleman is insisting on his point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I will rule that the amendment is out of order for 2 reasons. Clause 7 of House Rule 16 prohibits amendments that are on a different subject matter than the proposal that is under consideration. The subject of the bill we are currently considering is portability and operability requirements for covered platforms. The gentleman's amendment proposes to amend a law that is not addressed in the bill, which is a subject that is different from what we are considering in this bill. The amendment is therefore not germane and violates Clause 7 of Rule 16, in addition to which it is out of order because it proposes to amend matters not within the jurisdiction of the committee. So the amendment is not in order.
I move that he be rejected from the committee.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there are no other amendments in the amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
down here, Mr. Chair, down here in the
Mr. Benz?
low rent space.
For what
Yes,
purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have a amendment on the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Oh, Burgess, I didn't see Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Benz of Oregon. Page 20, strike
Without
beginning.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman will explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposal is to strike the emergency relief paragraph in the bill. It's found on page 20, begins at line 4, actually ends on the next page, and inadvertently included the statute of limitations, which I didn't like either because it was too long, so it's fine with me if they both go. But my main focus is on the emergency relief paragraph. This is what we would call in our law practice back in Oregon a provisional process provision. In the normal course, provisional process is frowned upon by the law because it is granted before a hearing on the merits. This is probably one of the most overreaching and egregious emergency relief provisions I have ever seen, because if you'll note in line 10, 11, it says that the commission, the government, may seek a temporary injunction requiring the covered platform operator to take or stop taking any action, it doesn't say which action, for not more than 120 days, and the court shall grant such relief if the commission proves that there is a plausible claim. What is plausible? In a normal course of a injunction, you have to show irreparable harm, and yet you don't see that here. What you see is a, quote, plausible claim that the platform operator took an action that could violate this act, not that it did, but that it might. It goes on to say, the word "and," that action impairs significantly the ability of at least one business user to compete with the covered platform operator. Probably the lowest standard I've ever seen in any temporary injunction provision. The emergency relief shall not last more than 120 days after filing the complaint, and then the court shall terminate the emergency at any time the covered platform operator proves the commission has not taken unreasonable steps. This reflects a grant of power to the government that's really astounding if you note that they don't define any action. So what they could do is say, stop doing business. Stop doing business. Because one business user might say that that action impaired their ability to compete. This is a incorrectly, inappropriately crafted provision. It should be removed from the statute. At the very least, it should be amended to impose an obligation of a showing of irreparable harm, and it should also show that there's been a significant impairment of ability to compete. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back. Before I yield back, I urge your support of my amendment. Now I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
No. I withdraw my point of order. I do seek recognition to speak in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This provision for emergency relief is really an essential part of this legislation. It is necessary to ensure that the economic harm can be responded to quickly before a competitor is destroyed. And it is not emergency relief, which is available for any action, but only an action that a covered platform takes that would violate the provisions of this act and impair the ability of at least one business competitor to compete. So this is a tool that's available to ensure that the economic harm can be responded to swiftly, and really a central part of the relief in the bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
I do. Bishop.
Gentleman's recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the gentleman pointing this out. I've tried to focus on those things that I thought were most critical in this bill, and the ones most substantive. But like Mr. Bentz, a lawyer who's practiced civil litigation, commercial complex litigation for 29 years, this is an unbelievable departure from the rules that govern litigation. It is clear to me that this is a violation of due process of anyone who falls under its sway. If, as Mr. Cicilline suggested, an act by a covered platform threatened to destroy a business user, then irreparable injury would be threatened. And that one of the standards of a preliminary injunction under existing law would be met. Mr. Bentz, you didn't focus on this point, but Rule 65 also requires the showing of a reasonable likelihood of success on the merits, not a plausible claim that a covered platform operator took an action that could violate this act. That is extraordinary. And unfortunately, it typifies these bills. They are a disaster of not being ready for prime time. This is a goat rodeo. And it just goes on and on. We're on the first of the 4 substantive bills, I believe it is. And I've heard repeatedly tonight from members of the majority party who know better that there should have been hearings on these bills, that we leapt from the 3-year investigation and the massive report, which, by the way, if you read the report, it says these things should be evaluated. The interoperability and portability and all these things should be evaluated by the committee. It doesn't say we ought to jump into a markup on some half-baked drafts that until days ago, by the way, had errors in references to sections of the bill. It is egregious. And the way you fix that is by no means to approve these, vote for them, and pass them out of the purview of the committee. That is not how you deal with the situation. But, Mr. Bentz, I appreciate your raising this because I've never seen anything like this proposed in any bill that would say you're going to have a court impose a court's order on you with the lowest kind of threshold. I'm not even sure, I don't think it rises to the level of notice and opportunity to be heard, because there's no meaningful opportunity to be heard if the other side doesn't even have to raise the showing of an irreparable injury and the reasonable likelihood of success on the merits. Just never heard of such a thing, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I've yielded back.
The gentleman yielded back. Who seeks recognition?
Tiffany, Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin. For what purpose, the gentleman from Wisconsin?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I heard the terms quickly and swiftly from the author or the rebuttal in regards to this amendment, and it causes me some concern here. And just hearing some of the debate on our side here from Mr. Bentz and Mr. Bishop, I'd like to address a question to Mr. Bentz. Do you have any concerns here at all about the constitutionality of this provision? Well, you're yielding me some of your time, I hope. I yield time to you. Thank you. Well, of course, failure of due process would, of course, raise constitutional issues. I want to take this opportunity, though, to mention that this emergency relief provision applies to any time a platform operator takes an action that could violate this act. And I need to remind everybody what this act is about. Perhaps we've been here too long and everyone's forgotten, but we have that interoperability piece, which is probably more complex than anything else one could dream up, running across the entire world, frankly. And what could possibly happen that one of these platforms might violate the terms of this act? All kinds of things could happen. And so why we would grace the government with this type of power is unclear to me. It is, why would we do this to ourselves? That's one of the reasons I moved earlier to take interoperability out, because it opened the door to so many unknowns. And this makes it even worse, giving this kind of unfettered power to the commission. Thank you for your
Would the
question.
gentleman yield?
Yield back.
Just a second, ma'am. And I want to address that. At a minimum, it goes to what we've been talking about here tonight, that this stuff is not ready. These bills are not ready for prime time and to go to the floor of the House of Representatives. But I want to address the same question to the gentleman from North Carolina. I yield the time to you in regards to, may there be constitutional concerns here?
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and that was what I meant by saying this appears, it appears to me to be a violation of due process. The reason Rule 65 in the Rules of Civil Procedure exists to govern the imposition of temporary injunctive relief is because of a recognition that parties are entitled to process. You can't just start ordering parties to do things because somebody wants to. There has to be grounds for that. And that's why, in fact, if you get down to Part 3 under this emergency relief provision, it's the funniest of all. The court shall terminate the emergency relief at any time that the covered platform operator proves that the commission has not taken reasonable steps to investigate whether a violation has occurred. I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. So the party who's been subjected to injunctive relief can come in and get a dissolution of such relief if you show that the proponent of the relief hasn't even investigated whether there's any kind of a predicate for it. Who wrote this? Anyway, I'm sorry, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield time to Ms. Love.
I just want to, I think you've raised, actually, I even thought about doing an amendment of this section, because I think there are serious problems here that you have identified. One of the things I was trying to figure out was how to fix it, whether we could put some standards in that would be in keeping with American jurisprudence, and I got stuck on that. But I'm wondering, have you thought of how we might change this section so it would, I mean, if you have a serious violation that's imminent, I mean, that meets the standards for ordinary relief on an injunctive basis, but I actually couldn't come up with it. So I'm wondering, have you looked at that, the author of the amendment?
I yield time to Mr. Benz.
Thank you. Oh, I won't take much. I just, the short answer is I tried to draft some of the changes exactly as you just suggested in some of the time we've had this evening, and I realized it was going to take a lot more time than even we're going to spend here. And so the short answer is maybe you could do it, but it would take a lot of work. And that's because of the scope of the activity it purports to apply to.
I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Mr. Benz, will you yield for a question? Mr. Benz?
Thank you very much for the comments there. I mean, this once again shows that this really needs some serious review to make sure that we get this right, because if we don't get it right, I mean, think about the description we just had from Mr. Bishop, and it sounds like people are going to be twisted in knots here in America in figuring this out. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I strike the last word myself, and I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just asking the sponsor of the amendment. I think one thing that might address the concern is, and if you would accept a friendly amendment, is on line 8 to change the court shall grant to the court may grant. Because I think what the legislation is trying to do is strike that balance, as Ms. Lofgren said, maybe in those instances where immediate action is necessary to prevent a competitor from being put out of business. That won't come back. The example of Vine on Facebook is one example. There's no recovery after they've been excluded. So I think if you change that to may, then you no longer require the court to do it, but it's a tool available in those circumstances in which a competitor may be extinguished as a result of the conduct. So I don't know if that works. If it does, I'd offer that as a friendly amendment.
You're yielding me some time?
Yes.
So, thank you. Well, that would be one very small step in the proper direction, but there is a great deal more that would have to be done to make this come anywhere close. And one has to understand that I moved earlier to get rid of the interoperability standard, which.
No, I remember.
Right. So I'm not enthusiastic about trying to fix something I don't agree with, but I thank you for your attempt, but it's a little bit, and we need a lot. Thank you.
So the gentleman from Rhode Island would continue to oppose this amendment.
Yes, I don't know if there's a mechanism for me to propose changing shall to may separately. Maybe unanimous consent.
You can.
Yeah, if I could just ask unanimous consent, I don't think the sponsor minds that modification. I can offer another amendment, but this might be easier just to do it by unanimous consent if no one objects.
Is there unanimous consent? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Hearing none, it is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is anyone else? What? Yeah. Are there any further speakers on this amendment?
On this, second, ready for next meeting?
If there are no further speakers on this amendment, the question occurs in the amendment.
It's a second, I have an amendment at the desk. I have an amendment. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Mr.
He's got another amendment. We got to vote on Mr. Bentz's amendment.
So we're going to vote on Mr. Bentz's amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? For what purpose does Mr. Owen seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah. Page 18, strike lines 1 and 2.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The sponsors Mr. Owens is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Scallon and Buck, for the leadership and their remarks earlier this afternoon on H.R. 3849, the Access Act. I'm encouraged to see the good faith efforts from both sides of the aisle and to grant the American consumer a great gift to control their data. And I'm hoping we can continue that process and reach some common ground as we go through this. 20 years ago, I was a telecommunication rep who helped customers transition their data from one platform to the other. Although it was a very specific area of cell phone data, it was eye-opening to see the access and power companies had over their consumer personal data. It was also encouraging and empowering to understand and realize the control I had of my own data. This process we're going through is an important one as we work to address each other's concerns. As we do so in a bipartisan way, we can protect the American consumer and begin the process of breaking up the monopolies where these big tech resides. I'm a conservative who happens to represent a very purple district. It is refreshing when I can support a piece of bipartisan legislation that upholds my principles. I believe the Access Act has potential to be that type of legislation. I see the data portability and interoperability as a concept that American consumer can readily embrace. I firmly believe that we're doing the right thing today as we take up this legislation. Americans recognize that communication and personal online data we use every day should be ours. It is our data that gives power to big tech. It is our data that this bill will give back to the consumer. We need to have a conversation today so we can move forward and give Americans more control over the database on their personal decisions, not on the formulas used by Google, Apple, and Facebook. The majority has accepted an amendment that would ensure the portability side of this legislation is an opt-in, further protecting consumer data. In response to concerns from my side of the aisle, I would like to offer another amendment that would strengthen the privacy provisions of this bill. Simply put, this amendment would apply to privacy standards of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, privacy framework. The NIST Privacy Framework is a voluntary tool developed in collaboration with stakeholders. It is intended to help organizations identify and manage privacy risk to build innovative products and services while protecting individuals' privacy. Work on the framework began under the direction of the Trump White House and continues to do so today, so that the standards in the framework can be updated to reflect changes in a fast-moving technology. The framework is scalable, meaning it can be adapted to fit the needs of small businesses. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I yield back to the meeting.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry, I will yield my time over to Mr. Brock.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank the gentleman for this thoughtful amendment. I think it's clear that there are a number of privacy concerns that members have expressed, and I think you have given a great thought to that and have come up with a solution that strengthens this bill. And I thank you very much for your leadership, and I intend to vote for this and appreciate it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. I'm just trying to understand, so it may be just a drafting error in the amendment, but it seems like this is language you intend to add to page 18 of the bill, is that right? I don't know if this pursuant is supposed to be after interoperability pursuant to 15 USC.
Pursuant or consistent with the National Institute of Standards.
Pursuant is consistent?
Pursuant or consistent.
Pursuant or consistent to comply with the National Institute of Standards and Technology Privacy.
Got it. So added to the end of number 2 at the top of page 18.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I just think that just might be a drafting. Thank you. I yield back.
I yield back my time.
Yeah. The gentleman yields back. Are there any further?
Mr. Chairman, I just ask that the amendment reflect Mr. Owens' intention, that it go at the top of page 18, I think after interoperability.
Instead of strike, it should be add.
Correct.
Is the gentleman agreeable to that?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Issa.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, that was a unanimous consent question you asked him?
Yes. We will make those technical and conforming changes in the amendment. Are there any further? Is there? Is there any further speakers on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Are there any? The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have a familiar amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Either, because I didn't know what to say.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I'm looking for a moment.
Amendment
Mr.
to
Chairman, I
the,
reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
Without
3849.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman will explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having struck the parts that would have changed the platforms that would be affected by this bill, so we're down to the 4 companies, and recognizing that only the portion at the bottom, which is B, the public-facing website, what we seek to do here is to recognize that this bill is in fact a trial and a decision that 4 platforms are infringing antitrust entities. We've basically tried them over 20 months and found them guilty. That's why we're picking 4 companies and choosing to have them do things. Some of the later bills will try to break them up and so on. In this case, I'm doing a lot less. I'm recognizing, as the ranking member has recognized, that when you're a monopoly and you can do a lot of things, one of the things you can do is you can mishandle the striking of information. As we know, under Section 230, you do so with impunity. This amendment simply recognizes that these monopolies should have to, in addition to what the legislation says in Part A, should simply have to post without identity essentially the total number of times they do it and the reason they do it. Many of the reasons they'll take down information or take down postings will be profanity. It will be obscenity. It might even be terrorist information and the like. But it may not always be, and it certainly has been at times interpretation of what the medicine is that is usable or not usable for COVID-19, what is or isn't an appropriate answer to climate change, whatever it happens to be. All this is saying is because these are monopolies, because we are essentially giving them a consent decree, these 4 companies, and only 4 companies, will simply have to post this so that they can be reviewed. In a typical consent decree, somebody would be getting all kinds of information. Typically, DOJ would get it. In this case, it seems most appropriate for the public to get it so that, like any antitrust, not only can state or can individuals, but states, like the attorneys general, could look and say, hey, this is the way they're doing this. This appears to be further proof of antitrust behavior. So for that reason, this simple amendment that does not infringe on anyone else's jurisdiction is clearly something that could be anticipated and could be ordered under or agreed to under a consent decree. I think it's appropriate to do. It is not burdensome, since these companies already imply that they're giving notice before when they do this. They imply that they have reasons for everything they do. As a matter of fact, they imply that they do it by an automated system, artificial intelligence. But if artificial intelligence knows why it's taking it down, it ought to be able to post to a list that it's done so, and we would then know how many times. So it's a short, simple amendment, and I think it at least is an olive branch to those of us who would like to know more about what we think the antitrust behavior relative to the First Amendment is, and that's why we're offering it. And with that, I yield back. I would yield to the gentlelady from San Jose.
A question. When you asked me about this during the break, one concern I had was whether the reasonable notice provision applied to the capacity of a platform to actually remove content that didn't comply with their requirements. And you indicated that no, it was only intended for the notification of the action. Is that correct?
Right. The Part A, 4 and Part A are already in the bill, so they're already going to have to do the advance notice. All we're saying is after the fact, you post in a reasonable period of time, you post why you did it. Now, we all know that the way computer systems and artificial intelligence works, this will be done probably in seconds in the ordinary course. I would yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
I think the gentleman for his amendment, I think this makes a lot of sense. My understanding is basically if it says, if you're going to limit speech, tell us why. That's what.
Tell us why you did it, that's all.
That is that's great. If you're going to limit what people say who are on your platform, tell us why you're doing it. Pretty simple.
And by the way, in some cases, it'll be copyrighted material that they think belongs to somebody else. There's lots of good reasons to take down content. I yield to the chairman.
I didn't request the other.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back.
Chairman?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Again, this is outside the purpose of the legislation, which is about interoperability and portability to create more competition, to give consumers and users control over their information so they can easily move from one platform to another. This is a content moderation proposal. There's a piece of legislation called ShopSafe that the IP subcommittee currently has before them. But I think one of the things that concerns me is it seems as if it would make it difficult, if not prohibit, Amazon as an example, from taking down counterfeit goods. And so I think this is the problem of trying to jam into a competition-based proposal, that is to provide for interoperability and portability, other objectives that get to content moderation. And for all the reasons that I've repeated throughout this hearing, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield back. Who else? Who seeks recognition?
Raskin.
Oh, Mr. Raskin. For what purposes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suppose that would the offer of the amendment just yield for a question?
Of course.
I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Is the purpose of the amendment to say that before a covered platform could exercise any content review and decisions, it would have to post a notice on the website explaining it in the particular case of the person? Or I mean, let me see if I can clarify my question. Would a content provider, or rather a cover platform, have to just publish once? We do not accept Holocaust revisionism on our site, and they do that once and then they can exercise according to that principle in the future? Or do they have to post it every single time that they would remove content for that reason?
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, that's a great question. In this case, it would be the tracking of the numbers. They don't have to do it beforehand, they do it afterwards, but they would effectively say, we have taken down 330,000 times Holocaust denial, and they wouldn't have to say who they took it down, but they would accumulate a list of how many times so that you would know that their systems took down tens of thousands of things a day, and then you'd have a breakdown of what they took down. Remember, the gentleman, that this is about the power of these platforms and holding them accountable, and it allows the public to have transparency as to their exert of power and whether it's reasonable, which is consistent with the bill.
So again, just to pursue this line of questioning, Mr. Isis, so if a covered platform basically listed the kinds of speech they don't accept, like incitement to violent insurrection, racist speech, harassing speech, whatever, you're saying that if they publish that in advance, that would be sufficient. They don't have to then record on each occasion when someone's speech is being removed from their platform. Is that right?
Maybe if the gentleman would yield.
Yeah.
Basically, they don't have to repeat the words. They have to simply describe that it fits. Let's say we'll call that item number 12 of a list of reasons for takedown, and they would say we took down another one of that description. You're absolutely right that you would create takedown reasons, and then you would total the number of those takedown reasons, but you'd still be reporting that it occurred 1,200 more times, which of course allows people to know the scope, but it's as you said, it's the reason that they're taking down, and then it's cumulatively. And let's just say that somebody decided to say that masks for COVID-19 were not necessary and that they chose to take that down, then they would say we took that down because it was inconsistent with our view of medicine, and we took it down 300,000 times. So there would be an accumulation and a recognition of the type of item. The type of item, as the gentleman is alluding to, is the most important part, but the total number of times is also important. in a perfect world.
Okay, well, Mr. Isa, just reclaim my time for a second, but I'm not seeing where your amendment covers the idea of reporting the number of times it's happened within a particular category. And I guess I'm just concerned because so that's one question. The other question is, what's throwing me off is the use of reasonable advance notice in this context, because it does make it seem as if, I mean, say they say you can't deny, you can't deny, or you can't lie about the results of a public election that's been certified, okay? And they say that's a principle, and we're not going to publish speech that we view as false propaganda. Does that have to be done in advance with each case, or is it sufficient to create the category and then exercise it? But where is the thing about?
Yeah, if the gentleman would quickly yield. The
Yes,
advance
please.
notice is already in the bill. We're simply saying, essentially, the public-facing website would have to have it. By definition, there's no advance notice to a posting of a website. That occurs afterwards.
No, that's
Okay.
The
All right.
gentleman's time.
Okay, yeah, but
expired.
I will yield back. Let me just say, but I'm not going to support this amendment for the reason that Mr. Cicilline says, which is it deals with a different subject, which is content regulation, which I think is a really important subject that the Judiciary Committee or the House should get to at some point. And I just don't think that we need to obscure what we're really working on here with the antitrust principles. But thank you, Mr. Isa, for your answers.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek
to
recognition?
strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
In talking to, you're right, Mr. Raskin, this is not the core part of the bill, but, we seek comedy, we seek to, where we can. So I think it's reasonable on that basis, at least, to see where we go with it. As I look at it further, though, I'm becoming more concerned because even though the posting is subsequent to the action, the remedy provision, I'm not sure how it works with the remedy provision beginning on page 21 and the recovery and the amounts. I'm just not sure how this works together, Mr. Isa, and I'm concerned that it's been, I know you worked in good faith to make this work, but it's a little too uncertain for me, unless you could answer that. Because what is theoretically, the person who feels that they're aggrieved, what is the reasonable notice? And do they get to recover some unknown amount?
If the gentlelady would yield.
Sure.
In this case, you have an agency that is making decisions about whether they comply with the act. There's no individual right here at all. As a matter of fact, we took out, on Mr. Buck's request, we took out personally identifiable information. So the posting to this website so that the public knows how many times it has occurred is completely different from any notice to the individual that might lead to some sort of complaint. So we really are simply giving the transparency of the conduct of these four platforms and nothing more. And so the only remedy would be if the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice, or somebody else decided that they would look at this conduct and object to it. But they would then probably ask for the individual information, the details, all the things that are not going to be posted to the website.
Recovering my time, I understand I can't support this today, but maybe we can work on this some more between now and the floor. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yield to Mr. Isa.
I thank you. And I guess our remote user did mute. I recognize that many people would like to say that the egregious acts of these companies, which have been noted by the ranking member time and time again, not just today, but for months, is not germane to this bill. But it is germane to whether or not, if you feel that these companies have wielded this excess strength because they're monopolies, it's appropriate to know how much. And you know, sometimes, and Ms. Lofgren, I take you at your word that we may not succeed tonight, but we may continue to work. Transparency is one of the things that gives the opportunity for people who may not currently agree that there's wrongdoing to see the wrongdoing. And I think if we can't tonight add this to the bill, then to a certain extent what we're saying is we only want what we want, and we only want to do to these four companies what we want to do to them. And since later tonight, we anticipate bills that actually break up the companies, order them to break up, and we're going to limit their ability to make acquisitions in the ordinary course the same as other companies do, we are clearly doing things much more radical, but not as transparent or possibly as much able to change the conduct of these companies. The fact is that shadow banning is something that goes on, and they get away with it because they don't have to explain it. The mysterious disappearance of hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of accounts with no explanation. These kinds of things occur, and they would not occur if these companies had real competition. So I understand why in their fields they have so much market power, and I've seen the effects of it. Mr. Jordan's seen the effects of it. So I understand that people can always say, well, I don't understand this, or I'm not comfortable with that. But I think for Mr. Cicilline, if you had taken the recommendation of the New Democrats and held hearings on the actual bills, we probably would have worked through a lot of these through that process. The reality is the suggestion that was made by many of your colleagues to the Speaker was the appropriate one, which is many of these bills should have had weeks of hearings the way we did on patent reform, where we put out draft bills and then we looked at those draft bills, and yes, we knew that some people would attack them, but over time they became robust and sustained, and ultimately, particularly the Leahy bill, became law. And so I think if these are going to become law, they're going to have to go through that test. I would rather it go through the test in committee than go through the test somewhere between here and the Senate, or maybe die in the Senate, as so often these bills do. I believe many of these bills are going to die in the Senate if they even get out of the House, and that would be a shame for portability, for Mr. Owen's bill, and so on. So I thank the gentleman for yielding. I've exhausted my ability to say I believe this is the minimum that anyone should want to have in transparency, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I yield back my remaining time.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purposes Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
Just strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm deeply concerned with sentiments I keep hearing that only the truth as certain people see it should be permitted in the public forum that these internet platforms are supposed to be. It reminds me of the law professor who always began his class on First Amendment rights with a Soviet-era joke. An American and a Russian are comparing their two countries. The American says, "Well, in America, we can say whatever we feel without fear." And the Russian replies, "Well, our government lets people do that too. They just don't allow people to lie." He said that always got a laugh until the last few years. It doesn't get a laugh anymore, and that should scare the hell out of all of us. There are only two ways to resolve disputes among human beings. There's reason and there is force. I don't know of any other way that human disputes are resolved. America has always prided itself on being an empire of reason. And that's made possible by our First Amendment and what until recently was a deeply held belief that united all of us as Americans. When we resolve our disputes with reason, there are facts and there are opinions. Facts may be accurate, they may be inaccurate. Often they're contradictory. One study finds that masks and lockdowns are effective, and another finds they're not. The only way to tease out the truth from these facts is to put them all on the table, test them, challenge them, and correct them when necessary. Opinions may be sound or unsound. The only way to determine which are which is to put them on the table, test them, challenge them, and when necessary, revise them. Even after this process, not all of us will agree on them, but enough of us will to resolve these disputes and wisely guide our path forward. That's what this process is all about. And that's what makes these statements from the left so frightening. They'd stop this process cold. The truth, as the left sees it, is proclaimed ex cathedra, as it were. Under that process, the truth cannot be determined, sound opinions cannot be allowed to rise from it, and reason can no longer guide our discussions and resolve our disputes. In the 1950s and 60s, the ACLU made a point to defend the most hateful conceivable speech on this planet, neo-Nazi propaganda, and this was just years after the Holocaust. Now, the ACLU had many Jewish members, but they took that stand because they knew that the death of free speech means the death of freedom. And the death of free speech doesn't start with the most popular speech, but rather the most unpopular speech. You know, speaking of the European dictatorships, Winston Churchill said this. He said, "You see these dictators on their pedestals, surrounded by the bayonets of their soldiers and the truncheons of their police, but in their hearts there's unspoken fear. They are afraid of words and thoughts, words spoken abroad, thoughts stirring at home all the more powerful because forbidden terrify them. A little mouse of thought enters the room, and even the mightiest potentates are thrown into panic. They make frantic efforts to bar out words and thoughts. They are afraid of the workings of the human mind. A state of society where men may not speak their minds, where children denounce their parents to the police, where a businessman or a small shopkeeper ruins his competitor by telling tales about his private opinions, such a state of society cannot long endure if brought into contact with the healthy outside world." I hope my colleagues will consider that before they take us any farther down the road that we're on. These tech platforms gained a competitive advantage because of government protections that were predicated on the promise that they would serve as public forums where all could express their opinions and submit facts to be challenged by others. If it can be said on a street corner, it can be said in these forums. That was the promise. Turns out that promise was a lie, told by people who share the sentiment that only those who agree with them have a moral or legal right to express themselves. The answer to that is to remove the government advantages that were based on this broken promise. Let these companies and their competitors and their customers make their own choices and express their own opinions. What these bills do, I am afraid, is to place these tech platforms under tighter control of a government. Far from fostering a healthy and open forum, I'm afraid they institutionalize exactly the behavior that my Republican colleagues fear and that many of our leftist colleagues applaud. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Roy, for what purposes does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Won't take long. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from California in broad terms, and only add that, and very specifically, I mean, earlier I brought up, and we talked about, and I won't repeat the examples about the Wuhan virus and so forth from last spring, but there were a number of folks last year that I was relying upon to try to get information about what was happening with the virus in real time. People out there, smart data folks analyzing it, and I'd see people on Twitter. And there were several folks that I interacted with, never met, like DM'd them, looked in their background, seeing what they were doing. They were posting data and analyzing information to try to get to the truth. And a number of them were removed from Twitter or removed from Facebook. And I tried DMing them, I couldn't get a hold of. I finally got a hold of one of them, and I asked, "Well, why were you removed?" And they said, "We don't know." And they never got an answer, and they never could get an answer. So I reached out to the government relations teams for these guys. Never got an answer. Member of Congress asking to figure out, well, why did this person get removed? And the person was literally a financial
expert, whatever industry in the finance he was working, who was poring over data, looking to analyze where COVID was spreading and then opine about it publicly. That was it. That's all he was doing. And he was opining on his beliefs about what the deal was, and he gets pulled down. Now, if we don't find that to be problematic, I mean, that's what it's like on a bipartisan basis. That's what I'd be asking my colleagues about this being an enormous problem. When that truth that we're seeking, that my friend from California just outlined, seeking the truth through reason, when you do not necessarily know the answers, but you're being told to follow whatever a particular individual who happens to have the last name Fauci says about whatever we're supposed to believe. And yet, that's what we were told. And I see the snickering of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but that's exactly what happened. It is literally the truth of what happened. We saw it. Whatever that guy said, that's what goes. And now you got the former director of CDC who goes out and says, hey, maybe there's some more going on. And yet, right now as we speak, again, shaking heads on the other side of the aisle, we reject that. But that's exactly what my friend from California is talking about when you just want to seek the truth. And why am I bringing it up here in this context? Because I want to know why the fella that I've never met before and who I was looking at in the background, who was putting information out on Twitter that was interesting, tracking the data, got canned from Twitter, and I never found out, and he never found out. But literally was just out there posting good data to go analyze. Like, is that not troubling? Is that not concerning? And if it's not, I do not understand. That's a break. It's just a gap that I don't understand why that's not concerning.
The gentleman yield.
I'd yield to my friend from Kentucky.
I had the same experience on Twitter back in December, seeking to know whether you should get the vaccine if you've already had the virus.
Right.
People on Twitter they directed me to the CDC's own information.
Mm-hmm.
I called up the CDC, and by the way, their information was wrong. I called up the CDC. We said, we can't believe how you found this. How did you find this error in our reporting of the data? They said, we're going to call you Eagle Eye Massey. We've been all over this. But it were people on Twitter that found the mistakes, the misstatements, the incredible claim that the vaccine was 92% efficacious if you'd already had the virus. Totally false, not proven out by the Pfizer data. CDC admitted I was wrong. By the way, they were wrong. They never changed the website. So I went back to find those Twitter people that had directed me to that information that the CDC was providing. Their accounts are gone, deleted, deplatformed. I have no way of contacting them, don't know who they are. But they were just erased. They were deleted, they were canceled. And this is a scary world that we live in, if that can go on. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate that, and I would just reiterate, I have seen that happen time and time again now in those of us trying to seek the truth and getting the technology companies standing in the way of seeking the truth. And I, again, will associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from California. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
For what purpose does Mr. Swallow seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I hope the same arguments that are being made now, I wish the arguments that are being made now would have been made back in 2012 in the Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission case, where a gay couple went to a cake shop and asked to have their wedding cake made, and they were turned down. They were shadow banned. They were censored, to use the parlance of the other side. And the Supreme Court, in that decision, upheld the cake shop and their ability to do that. And I never heard a single person over there say, you know what, they shouldn't be canceled, they shouldn't be shadow banned. No, they supported that decision. The right supported that Supreme Court decision. This is about a private company. If you don't like what the private company's doing, go to Parler, which you all did. So, Mr. Chairman, the issue here is this side, they oppose regulation on anything. Oil and gas, airlines, don't touch the free market, don't touch the free market. But when their guy tries to start an insurrection and he gets banned from Twitter, now it's called shadow banning or censoring. So I'm really convinced, Mr. Chairman, that they don't understand the difference between the public square and government censorship and free market decisions that they defend when it's for oil and gas, when it's for airlines, when it's for any industry that they're for. They can make their own decisions, and if Democrats want to regulate it, we're touching the free market. But when they say something about an insurrection or they lead to a bad healthcare outcome and they have a tweet taken down, they have been censored. So that's what's really at stake here, and I'll yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yield.
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Before I yield time to some of my colleagues, I just want to reiterate what I said, I think 5 hours ago when we were talking about the same bill, sometimes monopolies rise and it's just natural and they could fail with bad service or bad product. Other times, they engage in misbehavior, and we do regulate that, fraud, tortious conduct. And similarly, we file antitrust laws. We have antitrust laws, we can bring antitrust lawsuits, and that's been about 130 years of tradition in the United States of America. And so with that, I think that's important to realize that the market cannot solve all problems in a monopoly situation. But with that, I'm going to yield to my friend from Louisiana.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I just wanted to point out to Mr. Swalwell, the facts of the Masterpiece Cake Shop case have nothing whatsoever to do with what we're talking about here. And if you knew the facts of that case, you would understand that just parenthetical note that it was the state of Colorado's commission that was discriminated against the cake baker. And the persons who wanted to get the cake had multiple other options in the same town within just a few blocks and all that. So the facts are important, and let's not. This is already confusing enough. Let's not bring in cases that are a complete non sequitur. Yield back.
And I will yield some time to Mr. Roy.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say in response, my friend from Louisiana just explained the absurdity of comparing what we're talking about right here to the man who, by the way, is back in the news, being forced to have to ignore his deeply held religious beliefs protected in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, being forced again to do that, despite the fact there's literally no comparison whatsoever to what the gentleman just raised and what we're talking about here with corporations, with the power, by the way, that we're here on a bipartisan basis. I mean, that's the thing that I think is so critically important. And why that I think it was important. We're having these conversations. And I understand that there's disagreements on where we're going to go with this, but we're here because of the power of massive corporations. That's why we're here. On a bipartisan basis, we agree on that. The point being made, and my friend from California, Mr. Issa, that's talking about with respect to making sure this information is available and suggesting that we should have these massive corporations post this information and make it available, is precisely this point about we're looking at this and seeing what they're doing. And I can accept the idea, the difference in what the gentleman is saying with respect to censorship, right? Government censorship. What we're trying to talk about is when you've got these massive corporations who, because of their size, scope, and power, but also because, as the gentleman from California alluded to, power that they've also got in part because of government and what government's involvement with those corporations have been. And now they're exercising that power in a way that's blocking people, pulling people, removing people from the public domain in conversation. That's happening as we speak, and it's happening, and it tends to be very one-sided, it would appear. But even if we accept it's not one-sided, it should trouble us all that anyone be silenced with these corporations at the size and scope they're doing it. No one here is saying that a corporation doesn't have the right to determine how they want to set up their corporations and make decisions about who can use their platforms. We're not saying that. What we're saying is that a lot of this stuff is being done, the shadow banning, the decisions that are being made without regard to any public facing, to use the words of the gentleman from California's amendment, available information to know what they're doing. And by the way, they're doing that with liability protections. They're doing that with government protected power. And we should be concerned that $600 billion corporations are doing that. I mean, that should trouble us. I mean, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to say that that's the same necessarily as the government coming in and saying what speech can look like. But when you have a private user that goes on, all of a sudden they're saying, whoop, you're removed. And you don't know how, you don't know why. And that's your avenue for communicating and going and sharing your thoughts and information. That should be troubling to us, and we should want to know more about what those corporations are doing. We should want to try to address it. And I think the gentleman from California's amendment is a step in that direction.
I will reclaim and yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Escobar, for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like to yield to my colleague, Mr. Raskin.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Ms. Escobar. I suppose I wanted to just make 2 points. One was in response to the gentleman from Texas. I think people are raising legitimate concerns. I think it's a little bit jarring and surprising for a lot of people across the aisle who've been talking about the dangers of runaway corporate power for many, many years, if not decades. And I'm sorry, you know, the putative censorship of Donald Trump lying about the election is one that really doesn't tug at my heartstrings compared to the thousands and thousands of workers at large corporations who've been fired for supporting a union or because of their political views. But if what you're saying is that we need to look at the question of corporate power and the speech of people who are consumers and workers who deal with corporations, let's deal with it systematically. Let's not pretend as if large corporations are principally a threat to right-wing conservatives in America, because they're not. And as you know, right-wing conservatives have been aligned with large corporate power for a long time. But in any event, that doesn't delegitimize whatever your concerns are. And we should look at it in a principled way. It's just not what we're doing here. What we're talking about now is a regulation of commerce in order to prevent antitrust violations, monopolization concerns. And so I think it doesn't help us to conflate the two issues. As for cancel culture, I think that the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, makes a very powerful point. Cancel culture is in the eye of the beholder. I know Donald Trump thinks that he's the victim of cancel culture. Others would think that he launched cancel culture with his attack on Colin Kaepernick and has continued it all the way up through the vilification and demonization and overthrow of Liz Cheney, simply for voting her conscience and her understanding of what happened on January 6th. There's been a vicious attack to try to cancel out every Republican who voted to impeach or convict Donald Trump. They've tried to censure them. They've tried to admonish them. They've tried to get party resolutions against them. I mean, what's that if not cancel culture? And it runs throughout what's going on in the right wing today. Tom Cotton wrote a whole bill aimed at purging and censoring the teaching of the 1619 Project. I know you guys don't like the 1619 Project, but it is intellectual thought. So to try to ban it and censor it is an exercise of precisely the kind of censorship that you claim to be deploring. So, you know, we could stay here all night, perhaps that's the idea, offering counterexamples and examples to each other of the cancel culture that's going on. Now, I've gotten awards from the American Civil Liberties Union for standing up for everybody's freedom of speech. And I would love to bring you, Mr. Roy, to an ACLU meeting, because it's all about defending everybody's right to speak.
Would the gentleman
and the
yield?
right of free press across the board, not just the right of my party to speak, or my favorite candidates
would
to
the
speak,
gentleman
but
yield?
for everybody to speak.
Would the
I'm
gentleman
sorry?
yield? Would the gentleman
Yes, by all
yield?
means. Yes.
Just a hypothetical question. If
It's Ms. Escobar's time.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no, Jamie,
Well, in the interest of freedom of speech, look, let me just say this. I think that it's late at night, and I don't want to be impolite or impolitic with my friends here, but really, I think that there's something it's a little bit much sometimes to have everybody posing as a victim of censorship when you turn around and would easily censor people in a lot of different contexts. And we have a lot of examples of that. So the cancel culture is in the eye of the beholder. But if we want to look at it systematically and seriously, as I think that we should, then let's talk about the threat that large corporations present to the free speech of the people. I mean, let's do that, and let's analyze that seriously, and not in terms of this or that case or what have you. But right now, these are First Amendment entities, and they have a right to decide if they don't want hate speech or they don't want, climate denialism on their platform or what have you. They've got a right to do that. If we want to change that around in some way, we should look at it separately. But I don't think we should conflate it with the regulation of commerce that's taking place here and the promotion of antitrust policy. That's what we're doing.
The
And I yield
gentlelady's,
back and I thank Ms. Escobar for her kindness.
the gentlelady's time has expired.
yield back.
For what purpose does Ms. Smart seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a good discussion, but I wanted to, just to kind of follow up on something that Congressman from California mentioned. I think there are a lot of different protections that are provided by our Constitution, and including First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, and other rights. And also, I believe, top-down approach is usually not the best way, to deal with this issue. But unfortunately, what's happening, and in this case, we can talk about the markets and here and there, but ultimately, when the government provide blanket immunities in return some unenforceable regulations, we create now an environment where the issues that should be resolved in tort, through tort and all wrongful act should be done through that, now cannot be resolved through that. And that is a discussion we should have. When I was in state senate, I was joking with my colleagues. I said, if we create more immunities, all these trial lawyers will be out of business. But when the government created that, our system was set up that the tort should be the one which deals with wrongful acts and someone infringing on the rights. But we are creating now an environment with this monopoly powers and information, which can have enormous amount of information about individual and can really manipulate in the way how they want. And if I want to go and sue them, they have so much broad protection, but this body gave them for a reason to protect First Amendment. But it seems like it's not working. So maybe we should reassess if that immunity should be adjusted, because I personally would prefer not to deal with these issues through FTC or Department of Justice, but actually deal through tort. And I think that's a better approach. And I think this is a very valid approach to do that, and we should reevaluate. And I think, the intent was different, and the application of the law is different. And I think, this is a valid discussion as part of this process. We cannot just look at one side, and it's because a lot of times this monopoly powers created by us, the government, allow the behaviors that wouldn't happen in arm's length transaction in free markets. The free markets would not give broad protections, that were given at the government. We would not create barriers of entry and have a healthcare monopoly, hospital monopolies, PBM monopolies. We have oligopoly markets everywhere that created because we as a government allow some of the players not to follow the laws and legal framework of having equal rights to pursue happiness in whichever one. The rights are not equal, and that's the government, the function for us to provide the framework for equal rights for any citizens, regardless if you're large and small. I hope we continue this discussion because it's a very important discussion, and I think bottom-up approaches generally works better than top-down, and I just kind of want to follow up because there is a big difference. They are private entity was given very large immunities by this body, and I think that should be also discussed. Thank you.
Will the gentlelady yield for a moment?
I yield to Mr. McClintock.
I just want to make one point. We seem to be confusing criticism with censorship. Criticism's central to vigorous speech, and the more vigorous speech, the more withering the criticism. That's part and parcel of the process. That is fundamentally different from denying a person the right to express their opinions at all. And that seems to be what the left is confusing. You have a right to express your opinions, and other people have a right to subject those opinions to withering criticism. But no one has the right to silence you. And that is the problem that we are facing today. Yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sparks. I just wanted to ask Mr. McClintock whether he thinks Fox News has an obligation to put on views that it disagrees with. They once invited me to come on, and my local Fox News is actually very kind and open, but I went on national Fox News and I was treated very rudely. They kept interrupting me and they didn't let me speak and get my message out. But there was nothing really I could do about it because they were exercising their First Amendment rights.
So they
Yeah,
censorship, could I sue them for that?
they gave you a form and then they criticized you. That reminds me of something Mayor
No,
Daley once said.
you
It's my
missed my
time.
point.
It's my, I believe the gentlelady
You
has
missed my
yielded back to me. Reminds me of something Mayor Daley once said. He said, they have criticized me, or pardon me, they have vilified me, they have crucified me, yes, they have even criticized me. There is a difference between criticism and censorship.
Yes.
You were criticized, you were not censored.
Gentlelady's time is
A private entity cannot
Gentlelady-
censor you.
Gentlelady's time is expired. For what purpose does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Well, I was going to get into some extraneous conversation to counter some of the extraneous stuff I've heard today, but that's not worth anybody's time, nor has much of what I've heard been worth anybody's time. And I would hope we just kind of get back to the subject matter. We know this bill is going to pass. There probably won't be any more amendments, and get it over with and get it done. The fat lady said time ago, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does gentleman, Mr.
Mr.
Gomez?
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
The gentleman from California is recognized for a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the Heritage Foundation article of June 22nd entitled Weaponizing Antitrust to Achieve Radical Ideological Goals be put into the record. I also ask that the May 4th, 2021 Heritage bill or press release, which says that they pledge not to take big tech money, be placed into the record.
Without objection.
I thank
What
the
purpose does Mr. Gomez seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Following up on what Ms. Sparks was saying, I know that our side of the aisle has had proposals on how to reform.
I just hate the
section-
idea.
I know, I do too. So, but we've had proposed reforms to Section 230. I'm one of those, I think we're better off just repealing Section 230 immunity. Mr. Raskin brought up the issue of Fox News. We had a hearing here, and I can't remember if it was Google or Twitter's representative. One of them said, kind of smugly to me, we just want to be treated like you're Fox News. And I said, exactly. That's what I want you treated like. Fox News can be sued for their improprieties, but we have given blanket immunity to these entities that said they were going to be a marketplace, just an open town square where anybody could come speak. So we give them this immunity because anybody can come speak, and they decide they don't like conservatives. They're going to cut them off. They don't like people like Donald Trump and others, but lots of others. So they do this shadow banning. They do all kinds of restrictions on speech. If they want to be like Fox News, then they should be sued like Fox News or capable of being sued. And that's one of the problems here. We gave them the ability to grow into monopolies because we protected them. You give any entity the authority that they're exempt. Nobody can sue them. They can't be held accountable for what they do. And they're going to end up growing to be a monopoly because they can do all kinds of things that people without immunity cannot do. And so here we are today, we're trying to figure out, how do we deal with high tech that's become so big that they can tell the government what to do? They can say, whoops, hypothetically, you've got me included in those companies that you're coming after, and so I'm giving enough money to all these campaigns. I don't want to be part of that. So hypothetically, they could get people to exempt them from having the bill apply to them. I mean, you give enough exemptions and companies will grow to be monopolies. So here we are dealing with the results of that Section 230 immunity. If it weren't there, I don't think we'd been here all day because they wouldn't be the monopolies they've grown into, and there would be more competition. But they've got immunity, and people that try to take them on don't necessarily have immunity, and so they're able to shut them down and not be sued for shutting them down. So maybe we could simplify everything if we just said, you know what, instead of trying to figure out who's a monopoly, how big you have to be before you fall under these antitrust violations, why not just eliminate Section 230? People would start suing them. And I tell you, I have known some incredible plaintiffs' lawyers in my time. I've worked with some. I've watched them try cases in my court, extraordinary lawyers from all over the country. They're amazing. And, there were lawyers I didn't like, but I could see myself warming up to them because they were that good in court. So I think if we pull back the immunity and let the plaintiffs' lawyers do their thing, that we could have this all taken care of in no time. I got a minute?
Gentleman yield?
Yes, absolutely.
I think the gentleman's absolutely right, although I will note that, we're trying to do very little, and within our jurisdiction here, all we're really trying to do is have transparency and accountability as to some of the activity that may, in fact, be antitrust and heavy-handed. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The question then occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know the exact vote on that.
The yeas and nays are requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren passes. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Hang on one second. I got to vote on something.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
I vote.
Mr.
Okay.
Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
Nope.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stemmings? Ms. Stemmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Aye. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach?
Yes.
Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
How is Mr. Cohen recorded?
Mr. Cohen, you are not recorded.
Not surprising. I vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Are there any other members who have not been recorded who wish to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes, 24 noes, and 1 present.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have one.
For what purposes does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3849, offered by Mr.
Reserve a
Bishop.
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order reserved.
Offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, page 16.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concerns the composition of the technical committee that will advise the FTC as to the establishment of standards. On page 17, paragraph 2, says representatives of competition or privacy advocacy organizations and independent academics that possess technical, legal, economic, financial, or other knowledge that the commission may deem useful. The amendment will replace all of that with just the words technical experts. So we're seeking technical standards, advice. Let's just make it technical experts. One thing in particular, the notion of independent, why they need to be academics has never been clear to me as I've reviewed this bill. And given the particularly broad range of knowledge, it can be technical, legal, economic, financial, or other knowledge, meaning it can be any kind of knowledge at all. So the only academics that would be omitted would be those who have no knowledge. And there are a lot of those. I think of one particular law professor that writes a lot of op-eds. But since it's so broad and says only academics, I don't know why academics are what the FTC needs. It seems to me they need technical experts, and that's what this amendment proposes to substitute. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word, and I'm not pressing my point of order anymore. I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. It's important that the relevant expertise be available to this committee so that the interoperability and portability standards work. And that's why a technical committee needs to have representation from individuals who have relevant and important expertise. That's what the legislation provides. Stripping out the expertise, I think, would be a terrible mistake, and it would undermine the effectiveness of the bill. I urge my colleagues to defeat this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think this amendment is important. I think the gentleman from North Carolina's finger on, I think, part of the problem. We addressed some of this earlier in amendments that unfortunately were rejected when we were talking about ensuring that we weren't going to have issues such as systemic racism and critical race theory, a part of the issue when we were debating the FTC fees earlier, and trying to limit and narrow that scope of how those fees could be used. And I think here, the gentleman, I think, is simply trying to ensure that we're not going to try to inject things that aren't within the very pure scope of what's allegedly trying to be done here. And I think it's a fairly straightforward amendment by focusing on technical so that we don't end up with political organizations. I mean, left or right. But, I think that they're, given a lot of the things we've talked about today and given the extent to which we've talked about truth being the goal of what, is being attempted here, and who the purveyors of truth are, if we've got left, from the perspective of those of us on this side of the aisle, we've got left-leaning or left-wing organizations that are putting in the so-called experts when you've got a vague criteria such as academics, under this sort of broad description with other knowledge. I'm not sure what that is. They're pretty much whoever they want. And they can just pick and choose. And this is one of those things that Congress, when we punt so often down to the bureaucrats in this fourth branch, the power to make these determinations. I think that's one of the concerns being laid out. And certainly there would be some on our side of the aisle that would be bothered if determinations were being made by the FTC about what was the violative of the act, which of course there's some fairly broad ways to violate the act, whether it be something, it could be Black Lives Matter or Planned Parenthood or some leftist organizations, and I assume some on the other side of the aisle might not want some political organizations representing our views on our side of the aisle to have influence. I think this would be a good amendment to force this to be a technical based expertise that's provided. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Yeas and nays requested, Mr. Chairman.
Yeas and nays are requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings? Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Spartz? Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no.
Are there any members who haven't voted who wish to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to.
No, I'd like a recorded vote.
Quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 3849 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered reported favorably.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Yes.
Mr. Nadler votes yes. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass?
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stemmings? Ms. Stemmings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan?
Madam Clerk, this is Congressman Hank Johnson. How am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts? Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Hello?
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes yes.
How is Mr. Deutsch recorded?
Mr. Deutsch is recorded as aye.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 19 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.